Okie dokie, let us get started. A boop. There we are. It is a beautiful day. I'm having a good time. I hope you are too. Let us dive right into this as I try to conceal that I'm doing something else on the same monitor that you all can see. Here we go, it is done. Beautiful. So, what are we doing? This is one thing that we'll be doing. I'm scripting the dialogue that introduces the dialogue replay on the idle decks, but that's something that we'll get to if we have time. Because right now the idle decks, it's working. It is I've removed the dialogue replay feature from it because it frankly needed reworking. It was very unintuitive and it broke my design language, so you may note there are not tabs here. You can't click to switch anything. I turned it off. So what we'll start with today is that I think this should be working currently, just not finished. The dialogues after a minigame, which we started on yesterday but didn't get to finish because at some point I did have to tap out lest I genuinely explode. You know what? Just while we're here, this does give me the idea. We have this requirement that you match wink and step away, or well, you match any given 2 steps. I'm kind of thinking currently it just counts are you using both equally, which means 0 does equal 0. So right now this answer is actually correct, because we start with a step up, we use neither wink nor step away, and we clap in the second half. But that's a bit boring. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to change that to be use them both in equal amounts and at least once. That makes sense to me. I mean, yeah, because by design, this is not particularly complicated. It is designed not to prescribe every single step that you could possibly put. There are up to 5 requirements that can be generated here, and each requirement will prescribe usually 1, at most 2 of these steps. So usually at most 5 of these are prescribed, leaving 8 and the exact placement up to you. That's the point. This is a creative game. You're supposed to be able to make your own routine. But that being said, allowing this to prescribe 0 steps, unless it so happens that another requirement prescribes, say that I would have to use a wink, which it is very interesting when it happens, but if I'm not forced to, then I'm just not going to include either one. Of course, this is me looking at this with the speedrunning mindset, that I know that you don't actually need to fill out the code. I want to, this is the kind of thing that you can't ask about, because it fully relies on assumptions and intuition. I do want to figure out, if you just give this to someone, are they at all going to guess that, yeah, you can do this, you can leave open spaces? Well, actually on that point, there is also the option, of course, that I make a constant requirement which is always generated to fill out the code. I would have to do that because otherwise, like if it's not on the memo, then it's not a requirement. If I don't tell you up front that it's supposed to exist, then it doesn't. It would be unfair to ask you to fill out the entire code without telling you to do so. The reason that I haven't done that is, well, it's kind of a waste of a requirement. Effectively, it means that instead of 3 to 5, all that we have is effectively 2 to 4 requirements that mean anything, because you'll always be able to fully fill it out. So we would have to set this as a rule of the game, but again, the way to do so is to put it in the requirements, which means we would have to spend one of our very precious requirements to do so. So I'm not feeling like doing it. Right. This is going to crash. No! Beautiful. So, what we've achieved is this fade out here, this one, is able to handle multiple dialogues. It will, if it receives multiple, it will simply advance to the next one, and once it is out, including if it was not given any to begin with, it goes to this screen, which is wonderful. Now all that we need to do is actually plug in the multiple dialogue scheduling that we've made here, and this is actually pretty finished already. Although I want to do one more thing, which is, I mean, this is fine, yeah? This is fine. This is not terrible. I would like to unwrap this loop because generally, if you don't have a nested indentation like this, where we've got a loop, and inside of it is a loop, and inside of that we have ifs, and we also have an icky, stinky continue here, which, if you're ever going to use a continue, using it like this is fine, where it's obvious and it's not doing anything horrible. We know that we don't want to ever execute this code if we have an overlap. But, well, as a thought experiment, let us... how would we split this up? So the idea is take each of these indentation levels and put them inside of a function. So we would loop through, take the first conversation, and then call a function to generate the conversation pairs for the first conversation. And that needs to rethink, pardon moi. That requires us to rethink how we do this a little bit, because we can push down the array, the least progressed conversation pairs. No, we can't. Yeah, that would be a bit of an issue. Right, because we want to completely reset what we've made if we find that there's that we have a pair which has lesser total progress than the least we've found so far. How would we do that? We would need some way to signal up to the outest function that we want to reset. That is doable. That is doable, but it would be a key onto itself. How you would do this is you would basically have this array as a running argument. So you make it up here, and then you say least progressed conversation pairs equals find conversation pairs for this. But then we also need to track what the total progress or what the least progress is. No, not strictly speaking. Strictly speaking, the least progress is already tracked within the conversation pairs, but the array may be empty. The point is, in all things, practice discretion, know what your rules of clean code are, know what you want to avoid, but also know when making slightly achy code and breaking the rules is fine. So, yes, it is to be avoided to nest loops, nest indentation like so, but like in this case, it's perfectly okay. It's not like we're doing complex logic here. All that we're doing in the two loop layers is we're taking one conversation, then we are taking a second conversation, never repeating an element, and then we're performing our actual logic. And we could extract this here, but there's not much point to that either, so I suppose we'll keep this function as it is. Right. So, we now need to take this. This is going to give us a single object or no one. Single object or no one. And I hate that. You know, another thing that you should avoid, if at all possible, and this is the kind of thing that sounds weird until you start doing it and you see, oh, this makes everything so much easier. You should avoid this. You should avoid returning undefined values. Null, undefined, no one. Just avoid having them in your code at all. And this sounds weird, this sounds crazy, because sometimes you don't have a value. And yes, there are very much cases where null is appropriate, it is the only appropriate value. But how often is it? How often can you restructure your code to know that any value you get is defined? And how often do you just not even want to process if null comes out? So I also hate this just a little bit, but let's keep going and see what happens. So this is a global script, meaning we can just call it out of here. Yeah, now we do need the return no one because it is entirely possible. Or do we? See, here's the thing, yeah. Here's the thing. We can avoid calling this function at all if there are no valid conversations, because that's not complex state. That is something that we can determine before we call the function. And if so, then we just don't do this thing. Although, that being said, of course, we do need to then pass on a conversation pair, which needs to go to the minigame outro. So that's object minigame outro fade out. Though it doesn't need to take the the conversation pair. Right now it takes the conversation pair unwrapped even. So yeah. In fact, this is not going to take that data because there is a difference. Let's see. The conversations object right here contains all of the 8 dialogues that we will be dealing with. And we still need to unwrap this. We need to take the individual dialogue that we want to display. So, given or not, we need to first extract the dialogue from the first and second conversation to then pass it into the outro fade out. So, what I'm going on about is this means this is in determine least progressed conversation. Yes, we find the valid conversations and we want to extract one or both conversations. So this is fundamentally, we're going to find the least progressed conversation pair out of these valid conversations. Then all that we need to do is, this currently may be no one, but we're going to close our eyes, imagine, and pretend that it is always defined. Because, well, we can't develop 2 cases at once, so we're just going to start with the happy case, and maybe we find a way to avoid the undefined case anyway. That means, so we have a conversation pair object, which has one or two conversations within it, which it stores get conversations. That's where it stores it. This is going to give us the conversations array. And this that's basically all that we want, yeah? But that's it. That is all that we want. Because all of this code just decides which single conversation had the least progress. So there we go. Refactoring. Woo! So this is going to give us this is going to give us, if we continue on the magical train that this is always defined, so this function call does not cause an error, then this is going to be an array with at least one element. And I think we can just move this entire code up here. Because, stay with me, what I'm thinking is, if the valid conversations array is empty, which is the case in which we return no one as the conversation pair, then we can already tell that here. We already know there are no valid conversations this is not complex logic that we need to pack into a function or pack into an object. If so, then we want to create a fade out for hint or fallback. And then we can return out. Ooh. Look, it's an early out. I learned about this yesterday on Brent's stream, and it definitely wasn't that... Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I mean, I'm making fun, but coding really is all about the number of tricks that you have seen, that you have learned. It's basically a big trivia contest. So you can't really blame someone for not knowing the early return pattern yet, because, well, have you seen it or have you not? You can't learn everything there is to know about code. So it is just, have you or have you not? Right, which means, since we now know that there is at least a valid conversation, we can find the least progressed pair out of them. And then we can shove that straight into create fade out for conversation. There we go. So now, of course, that method needs to be able to take that. So we'll have to jump down there. But also with this, we can now remove this toxic return no one, because that case will never be true. In a productive system, going back to the Java world where everything is checked and you have tests and everything is good. And no, I don't mean the kind of tests that you do by hand. I would do something like validate start not empty valid conversations. Actually, it might be worth making that kind of function. Basically, just to absolutely make sure that that if I am given invalid state, if I'm given an empty array where I expect there to be at least one element, if I am given an empty array, then something has very much gone wrong and I want to know about it as soon as possible. And you can argue, well, if the array is empty, then this entire loop is not going to do anything. Then we're going to go into this if here, and we're going to try to access a random element from the valid conversations array, but then that is going to throw an error, so we're going to know about it anyway. Well, yeah, this much code later. And then you first have to figure out, okay, well, is array random element incorrectly throwing an error? Because it's just generating a random index and picking a random element like that. No? You have to look in the debugger and find, no, the array just is empty, and I never bothered to prove this function against empty arrays. So that's good. Okay, so what's happening? Why is this array empty? Is the loop not working properly? Oh, no, we're just getting empty input to begin with. Right, and now imagine that every time you want to check this in the debugger, you need to do 10 minutes of setup. So it is very worth it to fail fast. But we're not doing that today. So what we're doing instead is we are just going to assert that I'm doing my job well, and that when we go in here, this is going to be a conversation pair which has at least one valid conversation within it. Okay, Maker, you're so cute. One sec. I need to manually find where the thing is, because GameMaker did scan this file and it did find where each function is defined. It did. But then I changed the code. That means GameMaker has all its line numbers wrong. And what do I expect it to do? Do I expect it to keep up and change its index as I change the code? That's not gonna happen. Oh, Maker, you're so cute. You're really trying to be a real IDE. Okay. So, for this is going to need some updates, but not too bad. We can do this with array map, but easier. It would be easier to just do this in a loop. Though it would be quite interesting. You can actually use array map here. You can take the least progressed conversation, and as a side effect, it is going to advance its progress while returning the dialogue out. So that's perfectly cool. Although, man, we've been live for 30 minutes and I'm already telling you about the third thing that you should never do. Speaking as an industry professional who has a comp science degree and has a good few years of experience working in enterprise code, if you perform an array map, so let's say we did array map this I would actually argue you should be doing. So what I'm talking about is we take the, well, first off, this needs to be an array. Well, it is now. So this is an array of conversations. If we now take this least progressed conversations array, paste, 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 and then we think, well, we could just stuff this into determined dialog to play and advance, because it fits the signature, yeah? It is a function that takes the conversations object and returns what we want to map onto. The icky thing about it is that it has side effects. It advances the conversation's progress. In this case, that's what we want. We want that to happen, but generally, if you're using functions like array map, it is expected that you don't have side effects, that you're just taking data and turning it into something else, usually without changing anything about the original data. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to have a simple loop. We are going to loop over this. We are going to need two arrays. We are going to need participants is array. In fact, we can, not that this matters, but we can pre-create this, since we know there's going to be one element of participants for each element of least progressed conversations, and we can also pre-create the dialogues array. This is just being kind to your compiler. GameMaker is a bit weird, I have to say, because GameMaker, no, you can also alter arrays in JavaScript. Generally, it's accepted. It is accepted that you can't modify arrays. You can't remove or add elements. You can change the elements within the array, yes, but if you declare an array that has 5 elements, it is going to have 5 elements until the end of time. There are different data structures, like lists, where you can modify the number of elements, but that you can alter the length of an array is kind of counter to the idea of an array, because the idea of the array is that you determine how much storage space do you need, and you get exactly that much space. If I, in a normal language, in Java, for instance, if I tell the language I want an array that can hold 2 participants, or that can hold 2 string arrays in this case, then I get precisely that. I get enough space to hold 2 references to different arrays, and that's it. After that, the next address is something else, so I wouldn't be able to put it anywhere. And the entire point of an array is that it is one cohesive block where the next element is right after the previous element. So it's a bit weird that GameMaker even allows you to do this. Now, we need to dereference these, meaning we need to take the ith element out of these progress conversations, so that if there are 2 conversations, then we can deal with that. So, and I suspect the reason that this works is that GameMaker has struct arrays, like JavaScript does, where, either that or it has just mutable arrays. That is also possible. It is also possible that you can just change arrays, you'll get more storage, and if there's not enough space like after the array to add more elements, then you're just gonna move the array somewhere else. The move the array somewhere else part, by the way, is why you should, if possible, pre-create them with the length that you intend them to be. Because that way, you know that you'll never have to move it. If you just create this as an empty array and then you use array push, then potentially for each element, the game is going to find, wait, there's not enough space here to put a new element. I need to find somewhere else where there is enough space and put the array there, which means you're rewriting the entire array every time. And that is significant effort. That is something to be avoided. It doesn't really matter for, game-sized arrays. It only starts mattering once you have like 500, 1,000 elements, that kind of stuff. And if you do, then you probably should not be using an array. Or if you have to, then pre-create it with a fixed length. But what was I on about? Yes, struct arrays. I know that JavaScript does it like this, where JavaScript does not actually have arrays. Instead of having a block of data that is in order and it knows what fits into it, because in JavaScript you also don't declare your types, right? JavaScript can't figure out how much space an array would need, so instead of an array you have this 0 bing. This is an array in JavaScript. It is simply a struct with numerical keys. And you can determine this because, yep, just a normal struct. You can treat it as an array, like you can access it with square brackets. It pretends to be an array, but it isn't. And I am pretty sure that in JavaScript you can create an array and then go, okay, now set array fish to red. This works, and it's going to add the key fish to the array, because of course at that point it doesn't know that it's supposed to be an array. It just knows that it is a struct which happens to have only numerical keys. So that's a little cursed thing to know. Shall we find out if GameMaker is the same? I think we shall. Let's try. Air quotes array is 0, 1, 5. What happens if I was to struct set to fish red? Do you think this is going to throw an error? I think it will, because GameMaker is not quite JavaScript, though it does its best to pretend. And this does transpile to C++. Right, yes. Okay, this does not work. You win this time. Although, I do know... what was it? How do you... Is it with dollar, yeah? It was dollar for structs? GameMaker has this kind of access syntax. Nope. Okay, that's insane. Need to go AFK for a bit, but I'll stay lurking in the channel. No worries, mate. I'll just be here making insane code. But let's maybe actually progress. So, we have written the conversation pair. So this takes an array of conversations, which is what the conversation pair provides us. Yes, it gives us a conversations array. We take that, we unwrap it into participants and dialogues, and that is what we provide to create fadeout. That is going to be an array of arrays of strings and of dialogue lines. If we go to here, create fadeout, that's what we expect. So let us try. In order to best try that, let me quickly quit the game. Let's go to the default config, so the full game, because it will be easiest. Actually, no, I can't test it in this save. For you see, this save has just that kind of setup. It's got tiger and butterfly and jade and elf. These are two pairs that between them have two conversations without overlapping. We also have butterfly and jade, which have who have a conversation, but if we did so, we would have to overlap either butterfly or jade to play two conversations, and we don't want that. So what we expect is to see specifically butterfly and tiger and jade and elf having a conversation after this minigame. So, okie dokie. Shall we see if we are crashing? We have not crashed, that is excellent. We are seeing butterfly and tiger, and that's also great, because normally the dialogue scheduler would prefer jade and elf to have the conversation. 1 second, I need to ban the daily spam bot. Yeah, good. Fortunately, Automod already caught it and it actually, can I just... No, I can't ban them out of OBS. Too bad, but I already punched in the command. Anyway, fortunately, Automod hid it, so I'm the only one who has to deal with that nonsense. So, what I would like to see here is, how is the transition? Beautiful. And then we crash. Ha! Why that? Ah, yes, right. Because I'm a dumb, is why. So, when we reload our conversation, it's perfectly well being loaded, but what we also need to do is we need to reset the line index to 0, because of course the line index well, it tells us where in the dialogue we want to be, and if we are at an index of 9, then that is going to be after the end of the dialogue. And that's going to throw an error because the dialogue is an array that is 8 entries long. I'm a bit surprised that the line index even... Oh, right, there are 10 entries in most dialogues. It's actually mutable. You can have dialogues, usually they are 10 lines long, some are 11, some are 9 or 8. I could have made it so that every dialogue is exactly 10 lines long, and that would have made the code simpler. Though not by a lot, actually. All that is the... how does this work, actually? I think this is fully just... No, right. Basically, we create a dialog box, and when it is finished, as indicated by when the user clicks, we call back up to the fadeout, which advances our line index and then creates a new dialog box for the next line. Okay. Getting a wrong impression, that's off. You would rather say get the wrong impression, wouldn't you? Let's just fix that real fast. In my giant spreadsheet of everything about head idle, getting the wrong impression. There. The next time that I update the translated texts, it will be fixed. Yes, cute, adorable, beautiful. There we go. Now the dialogue can properly start. And I think I like this solution. I like this because this handily fixes the issue of, as I talked about yesterday, if you perfect the game, if you never get a single minigame wrong, and you always have at least 2 idols in the same band that have conversations to advance, and given that I don't tell you who those idols are, you have to figure that out by yourself, that is actually quite a big ask. If you do it perfectly, then you can see 73 out of the 96 available dialogue steps. And that is less. That is less than is available, and well, I want you to be able to see the story. I do. I want you to be able to experience the story. I also like, if we go to yonder save over here, this save which has the helper, normally, so what the helper does is, once you have more idols than you can put into a band, this unlocks so that the fifths and whatever spare idol can still participate. They can still gain stats while they are not actively in a band. That was the basic idea behind it, but it was still going to be, well, someone that you put on the back foot, especially during the period when you only have specifically 5 idols, because in that period you only have the one band. So the helper is going to get less experience as they go. Now, worse things than that exist, because the way this game is made, it very intentionally, it has a pretty steep catch-up curve, where having different idols, having idols who have lower stats simultaneously allows everyone in the band to level faster, as well as giving them up to 50% extra stats in order to help them catch up. And since you're constantly recruiting new idols, that means that they'll take some time to catch up, but they will do so faster than if they had been in from the start. In the pre-production stage, when I was planning out this game, I considered adding a system where every time that you pass on an idol, every time that you could recruit someone but don't, they also passively gain stats. Let me see real fast on our timeline. It is on day 22 that you can recruit somebody, so let's hop to day 22. But I already did recruit someone in the save. Ah! Panic! It's fine, we'll just go to the first day. So, every so often you can recruit somebody. And the idea was that they start out with these base stats, but, well, the later that you recruit them, the better they already are, in order to help them, you know, not be completely useless. But, well, the way that the stats curve works out now, with the heavy emphasis on mixing idols that have high stats and low stats, I don't think I'm going to bother with this, because there's just no need, because you want less experienced idols. Well, I can't scroll over here, but there is very much a point to having a continuous steady stream of idols with higher stats. Specifically, it is the game's ultimate main goal, which is that each of the villains are going to require a specific layout of stats. 180 image and 190 voice, or 230 heart, 220 voice, that kind of stuff. And in order to maintain your, how do we call this? You can only become a star once. And become a star as in, you know, taking care of a villain. Because if you do it multiple times, then, well, 2 times is a pattern. If they happen to disappear at a concert that you went to as a performer, well, it could have been anyone. And even if a given idol is present at a concert where a hit does occur, everyone except the actual star has perfectly valid alibis. That's the idea. You know what, looking at this now, it looks like the cross is a little too small, doesn't it? This is actually because of the picture frame. There's a 1 pixel frame around the image, but it kind of blends into the image, like so. So I think we're just really quickly going to fix that. Target achieved cross is the sprite that we are looking for, which is going to make that 1 pixels bigger on every axis too. And we're not going to use scale, we are going to resize the canvas because the image is fine the way that it is. I would not like to see what GameMaker does with it when I tell it to scale. And that's going to be super easy, just boop, 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 boop. There. It. Then we need to go to our assets, we need to scale this stuff up. Or what I might do, you know, every sprite that I make is drawn at this tiny pixely resolution of small, and then after that it is scaled up. So what I think I'm going to do this time, normally I make changes in the small version, then I delete the original, or the large version, I copy the small original and that way apply changes. However, in this case, this is such a trivial change that I'm just gonna apply the 6x6 squares manually. Save myself the effort of copying and resizing. Yeah. And that should already be perfectly applied, because the way that it is drawn on the villain's viewer, if I've done my job right, yes, it uses the actual sprite size in order to determine where to put the sprite. So if the sprite is bigger, then it's still going to be in the same place, it's going to be centered on the same point. That is very handy. Yeah, I think I like that. So, what shall we attend to next? There is this, there is the idle decks extension. I don't have my handy dandy notepad open. Well, I do have notepad open, but I don't have the to-do list open. Yeah, right. So, what we could do is, at the start of the game, this is how we start the game. You load in, there is a letter that you can read, and that's perfectly okay, but I figure we can maybe do better. Because... Yes, thank you, Butterfly. I figure we can maybe do better. Because in subsequent weeks, the letter is still present, but it is folded up, like so. And you can click on it to unfold and fold it back up. Thank you, bye. Unfold, fold. So, what I'm thinking is just make it start the game like this. It is very intentional. Well, it was very intentional at the start that the letter simply is unfolded, and that you can just read it, and eventually, after I believe 30 seconds, Butterfly pops in and interrupts you while you are still reading the last third of the letter. That is intentional. If I get huge backlash, maybe I'll change it, but I don't wanna. Ludo narrative. What happens in the story is that Butterfly bursts in and interrupts you. So why wouldn't I make it so that actually happens? It's her character introduction. But so, I mean, we already established with the menu, because this is not one of those games that have no menus and they boot straight into gameplay. Woo! No. When you start the game, this is what you'll see. So I think it is reasonable to assume that players can click on things, and if we establish that you control the game by means of clickies, then it is also reasonable to expect the player to click on the letter. That is, I believe, just reasonable. So, though I avoided it previously because, well, I don't want players to get stuck, I think click on the only thing that is on your screen isn't too complicated. So, enough talking. Object start. Oh no. I'm going to save. If I press this button, no, we're safe. Okay, it's just not called what I thought it was. For those not in the know, GameMaker has a rather annoying bug where it can happen that the project structure gets corrupted, in which case you can't open your project until you manually go into the project structure in a text editor and you remove the offending entry. That's pretty bad. What's even worse is if I tell you that the way to provoke this bug is to delete multiple sprites at once. Yeah, something that you would actually do pretty often. That sucks a little bit. That sucks more than a little bit even. And even after you fix your project structure, it's still... when this happens, if you have any unsaved objects, those objects also become corrupted. And if you then try to use the search for assets feature to search for those objects at any point in the future, it won't work. And the next time after trying it, you open this search, GameMaker is going to crash. Fortunately, after that, it's fine again. Well, the objects are still corrupted. But after restarting it, you can still use the asset search. I'm in the sprites. I need to go to objects. So that's unacceptable. Should have been fixed in a hurried release 4 months ago. Like, I think I'm on the most recent version here. At least it hasn't bothered me about updates anytime since, which is interesting. Maybe I've set it to a long-term support version. I'm just saying, it used to pester me for updates like every 2 weeks, and now it doesn't. So I don't know what happened. Did a meteor fall on the Game Maker offices or something? I joke. Though, you know, if you think about it, I work mostly from home, and every time that the VPN connection goes down and I can't reach our systems anymore, if you think about it, there is a non-zero chance that something terrible has just happened and all the infrastructure and also all the people at the office are, well, exploded or crushed by a meteor or what have you. I wouldn't know. I live many kilometers away. I only come into the office very infrequently. So it is unlikely, most likely the VPN just doesn't feel like it in that given moment. But the chance is never zero. There certainly always is a chance that a meteor has crushed our building, and, well, in that case, I suppose it doesn't matter whether or not you can log in. Anyway. So, what shall we do? I'm being silly right now. So, what we do right now is we have a timer that runs as you read the letter. And at the end of that timer, or when you click, it also holds or it advances the dialogue. So what I want to do is, at the very start, I want the letter to always start folded. So we can actually remove this parameter, and we can just go is folded equals true. Where is this parameter used? I'm not positive. Yes, it determines which text to display, and when we update the image, which happens right here, it sets us to whether or not we are displaying the folded or the unfolded letter. That's good. Right, so we have starting folded. We then also need to basically, I would like to add an intermediate step where the letter will wait for you to unfold it and then start its 30-second timer. It's also going to run a 30-second timer until it unfolds by itself, just in case you get absolutely stuck. So, how are we going to make this happen? Naturally, it's going to be with this step event. In fact, what we can do is super easy. We already have the advanced method. If is folded, then toggle folding. That's it. We want to toggle folding. We want to return out after this. So toggle folding is going to have the effect that is folded becomes false. That's good. It's going to update our image. It's going to play a sound effect. And in addition, we want to reset the timer. So millis until notify room handler wants to be well, there are two possible options here. I can just steal this line of code, I can move it into a function, or I can invert this. Inverting it so that it, instead of starting at 30 seconds and counting down until 0, it starts at 0 and it counts up until the given value. Either one would work. Start. Right. Yeah, I'll move it into a function. That's my preferred approach. So, start notify room handler timer. Yeah. That way we can call that function out of the new one that we've, well, the new functionality here that we've made. Function start notify room handler timer. There we go. That way we can simultaneously restart it. And that'll be good. There's one more thing, which is we need to change the toggle folding method. Right now this doesn't do anything if we are told to notify the room handler. But we only want it to not do anything if we are already unfolded. Because if we are folded up, then naturally we want to allow the player to unfold the thing. Oh, that took a few seconds longer than I would have liked for the compilation, but it appears to be running perfectly well. Right, there it is, yeah? It's a silent challenge, and if you can't figure this one out, maybe rethink what you are doing. And that's not correct. Why? Whence? What for? Whyamst? What happens? Etc. Ah, yes. Right, we are... Ha! Yes. Of course, when we click on it, at the same time we toggle the folding, meaning we unfold the letter, then we call advance, which then correctly finds that the letter isn't folded, so it immediately advances the dialog. Let's see, there is a simple solution to this, which I'm not sure I like, which is if we want to notify the room handler, then call advance, else call toggle folding. Like that. I don't love it, though. Functionally, the first week is a cutscene, so we want to restrict your input somewhat. But I don't like this kind of branch. I would prefer if you don't need to do this, if you can safely call the methods and everything just works. What would we need to do in order to make it work as it was? In order to make it work like such, we would need this toggle folding call to resolve peacefully, which is a bit unfortunate because we also want to call this function out of here. So at this point it's supposed to be right. I have an idea. What if, and stay with me on this, bam! Simple as. So we first go to advance, and the reason that we do that is to not immediately go into this second case here and to restart the timer properly. And so that's going to return out here. Then we're going to call toggle folding again, which, yes, cleaner solutions than that also exists. I don't love this condition here, but if we are in the cutscene and already unfolded, which yeah, we do need this is not folded, because again, we want to call this method and we want it to do something here. We just don't want it to do something when it's called the second time. So that's actually not horrible. So let's give that a try and see what results. So this unfolds. You get to read, and that is, my watch doesn't have a second hand. Don't know why I keep looking at it as if it does. So we need to wait for 30 seconds to see, does the timer still work? Does it automatically advance, or does it not? So how's life? Ah, there we are. I'm still feeling a teensy tiny bit under the weather. It's not great, but it's limited to a tiny bit of sniffling. I'm not even sure that my throat feeling a little sore is from sickness. It might just be because I'm talking a lot. Streaming is intensive, yo. But that's okay, because I have my comfortable space of head idle, and very, very soon I'll be able to share this with the world. I tried chasing down my dear artist, who... he's taking his time. He was probably at a concert. I wasn't paying attention, but I didn't click on the thing, so it can be safely assumed that it unfolded by itself. Right. And if you click on it, then it refolds. That's bad. Why does it do that? Because right, it's very specifically supposed to not refold when we are in the cutscene and we are not folded. That's the one thing you're not supposed to do. So let's start this in the debugger, I suppose, and have a look-see. Yeah. So First, this is going to catch. When I click on it, that's okay. It's going to call it a second time, that's okay. If I click on it now, what do we find? We find that the game blocks GameMaker. We find that is folded is false, and notify room handler is also false because that is set here. Right, because we call this function again. Icky. Okay. Options. Options for that. I think we just ditch this. Easy enough. Because as soon as this triggers, as soon as that triggers, the dialog is going to cover the letter and prevent you from doing it again. So there's no need to reset this flag. We can keep notify room handler as a permanent flag that tells the letter it was created as part of a cutscene. That is what we do need to do, however, is no. There is one thing that we need to do, is we need to stop the timer. So previously, that was the point of the notify room handler flag, which would stop this if we had already triggered it, because otherwise what could happen is that, well, let's take a look, because it might be rather spectacular. It might also blow your ears out, so be careful, but I think it should be okay. Yes, this is fine, but as soon as 30 seconds elapse, we may see some interesting stuff. And I'm hovering my finger over the close button just in case it does go for eardrum explosions. Let's see. As soon as this timer, which I don't have any way to check, hits 0, what should happen is that it yes, it continuously tries to advance the dialogue. It doesn't actually restart the dialogue. So that's not a perfect solution. We do need to turn off notifying the room handler. For which I suppose we are still going to go with the thing that I hate, which is to have an if else and but instead of an if else, I'm going to put in an early return. That is at least going to be slightly more bearable. Okay. You know what I'm going to do is, for this exact moment, I'm going to change this to a, let's say, 5-second timer. Just so that we don't have to wait quite as long. Okay. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. This then triggers the script, yep. And if I do it manually, it resets the timer, and if I click on the letter, the dialog immediately starts, and when the timer expires, nothing happens. Excellent. Okay, let's put it back, and that's going to be good. One more thing to test is we have the skip transitions flag. And that includes the starting ladder. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It is allowed for the skip transitions mode to be slightly icky or to look slightly imperfect or rushed, because that is a setting intended only for speedrunning. I don't know why you would speedrun this game, but there are a lot of games that I don't know why you would speedrun them, including my big inspiration, The Logical Journey of the Zoombinis. There's actually a very what's the word? Fascinating speedrun of that, performed semi-recently at GDQ, like a year ago. I mean, it's not much, it's just a single run through, but hey, if you make it, speedrunners will find a way to break it. I just hope that my game won't be broken as badly. But, so, what shall we do next? We have done this point, meaning we can delete it. We can add a confirmation sound to the window size setting, because in this game absolutely everything is polished to a mirror sheen. If you look at the paper, you can actually see your own reflection. So, the idea of that being that every interaction has a confirmation sound, with one teensy tiny exception. I think the text speed has the confirmation insofar as Butterfly gives you a dialogue about it, except the window size. That is unacceptable! We must play a sound when you click the thing. And after that, I suppose we are going to work on the dialogue replay. And I say going to, because it is time for me to take my first midstream break, stretch my legs. I don't currently need to go to the restroom, which is a first for me, I promise. Probably gonna get a little snack. You guys feel free to do the same. Stand up, stretch your legs, refill your beverage. I'll be back in a few minutes. You're not gonna miss anything. Don't go too far. I will be running a few ads to hopefully keep away the pre-rolls. So, see you in a bit. Okay, let us continue. Unfortunately, I have to confess, I lied to you. I did have to go during the break. My body is a machine that takes water and doesn't keep it. Anyway, it's not important. So, what we shall do is we'll go right to the settings. Because this is going to be a literal 2-second fix. Settings box is where we want to be. Here for the window size change, in order to play a confirmation sound, all that we really need is to go to the callback when the window size is changed, and oh, that was a big stretch. Oh, I had to step back a bit for that one. When the window size is changed, we play a sound effect. And actually we can, well, so what I did usually was for these sliders, they have a, they have an argument that allows them to play a specific sound. However, that didn't really work out. Most of the callbacks don't actually use the sound. In fact, the only one that does so should be the on sound volume changed. And that's not even an explicit function, that is just how that works. The sound volume sliders are simply given play sound effects. Yeah. But hey, nothing to it. Let's bring the convention back. Thank you, neighbors. Thank you, NVIDIA, for filtering out the sound of their excitement. So, what we are going to do is we're just gonna play that sound as a sound effect. Now, as things stand, nothing much is going to happen because, of course, we're not giving this as an argument. So we need to go to the Windows object menu, settings, window size slider is what we want. We need to go here and, well, actually give this as an argument. So on property changed is what it is. It's not named the same because we're passing the function as a parameter to the object, which is maybe a bit overly elaborate, but hey. Now, do I remember what is the what sound we are using as a confirmation on all of the other sliders? You guessed it, do I ever? It is C4. Beautiful. The most beautiful of most basic sounds. Right. Let's have a hear of it then. Excellent. I mean, we could also make this a little more elaborate. We could make this a scale. So, what's the most beautiful 5 sounds you can think of? Hey, wait. I know. I could leave it like this, because usually you change the setting precisely once. But hello, yes, have we met? Nice to meet you, I'm Toraka. I over-engineer absolutely everything that I get my hands on. So, what we have here is... Right here we have a Pokemon keyboard, I call it. It's just a keyboard that you use by clicking on it. And this has its own scale, so how about we use that same scale in the window size? Now, for that, we obviously first need to discover what we're even doing there. What's the scale that I used? Because I don't remember. I know that it is... It is something specific. It's like, it's not... I don't think it is C, D, E, F, G... No, it is. Yes, right. It is. It is simply an ascending scale. So, stay with me on this. When you make a new save, the keyboard uses the alphabet and uses the full octave in order to assign these sounds to it. What I'm thinking about is if we go right here, we go right here and we enter Songcraft, then that is what you would get if you play the word if you play the word idol, but with the same scale. Though I might be too off, actually. Let's see. A, F, U, N. No, that's not it. Well, anyway. Basically, it's turning a word into music. Anyway, that's not important. I suppose we'll just have to decide which 5 tones do we want to use here. And because adjacent tones sound terrible when played together, I don't know why, but they just do. How about what we do is, this can be C4, this will be E4, then G and B, and here will be, well, this will be D, I suppose. Yeah, because despite the name, in an octave there's only 7 sounds. Anybody ever noticed that? This is a lie. There's not 8 sounds, there are only 7. Also, I am showing my origin here. Well, yes, D is the 8th one. Anyway, I'm showing my origin here because in English this would be B4, but on the German notation scale, the sound between A and C is H, not B. Why is A in between G and H? I don't know. Some person hundreds of years ago decided that that was going to be how we write down music, and we have literally never changed it since. Even though most of the time you don't even refer to sounds by their name. Because if you do, you're a complete noob. You only refer to them by their position on the music sheet. So, anyway, that's not important. what is important is that we are going to define, right here we are going to define the scale that we are going to use, which is going to be, as we've just defined, scale is D4 quarter, E4 quarter, then it goes G, then it goes to A, H, 4 quarter, and after that, well, it would finish on C if it was a full octave, but if we're jumping 2 notes, then logically we would need to go to D4. No, that would be D5. And what we're going to do, instead of always using C4, we are going to go to... I can't index the array using the value directly, because the value is more than... the value is more than the indices. We need to do this here. So we need to grab the value index. Are we doing this redundantly? Yes. Do I care? No. Certainly don't. Scale with selected value index gives us which tone we want to play. And so, let us hear it. Beautiful. Excellent. Okie doke. I think that's fine. I think for a tiny bit of polish on top of a tiny thing that I really didn't need to do, I think that's fine. So, we've also done the non-overlapping double dialogue. Let's actually test a thing. So, this should be working already because, of course, I am perfect. I am God's gift to this green earth or something like that. But what's supposed to happen is that the helper is eligible for dialogue in both trainings. Now, how am I going to synthesize this very carefully? I also currently don't have access to the dialogue replay, so you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna YOLO this and see what happens. See if we get Jade to talk. But for that, it should be set up better. We need to shuffle some around to make sure that there's at least one conversation partner for Jade available in both bands. So, you two can talk. Who is the last conversation partner for Jade anyway? I think it is Crimson. She talks with Butterfly, Elf, and Crimson. So this will be okay. So, send these to these minigames, which are a bit easier to click through, while giving a correct solution. Start or end with step left on an odd beat, step away on an even beat, match kiss and clap, as it happens now. Kiss is required by some other requirement, but what we also are going to do is we're going to change this requirement to be at least one of both. Otherwise, putting 0 of both is mathematically valid, but boring. Okay, so we have Butterfly and Queen, and Crimson and Jades. Wonderful. So, that is this minigame. We get the stats screen, which is admittedly a little ridiculous. Oh? it is more than a little ridiculous. Because stuff's actually going wrong here. What? What in the world? Jade is being added twice. And she even has different stats. That's bad. That is very unintended. Well, we'll have to fix that. I just thought, hey, this label isn't supposed to be this high up. Also, something else occurs to me, but I think that should be fine. The other thing that occurred to me is that now that we have a helper that can be in two different minigames, we need to make sure that Jade's stats are correctly updated between minigames. So that if she gains persona in this minigame, for the second minigame she has the increase. But that is weird. Well, one way or another, she is added twice into the roster. We'll find out what happens. Man, none of you have good responses for this. This response also needs to be fixed. Yeah, but that's a off-screen thing. Make sure that it all fits perfectly. So, let's just stick in a bunch of decent responses. Like so. And that's going to throw an exception. Huh. That's interesting. Yes. Yes, right. Because I did a bad. I already know what's wrong. If we go to conversation pair is not able to handle a single conversation being passed onto it. So this needs to be wrapped in an array. Otherwise, this constructor, which checks that these conversations are an array, it's gonna toss. Simple as. So, next, let's take a look at the minigame outro fade out, respectively the minigame room handler, because all the stat gains are generated outside of the outro fade out. First, let's take a sip of water. So why would that be? We want to create our name builders. So for each, so that tells us that Jade is returned by band get members, but that's yes, because I'm bad, because I'm doing something very naughty. Yes, I already know what's wrong. If helper is not no one. What I have done is I am modifying the original array in place instead of duplicating it. I'm not sure where, but somewhere it is happening. This is fine. This is fine. This should be fine. Interesting. Helpful. Hmm? So that. Where do we push the helper into the members array? Here it is. In our determine valid conversations, we take the original array of members that the band has, and if there is a helper, then they are pushed in there. This modifies the original array. That is super dangerous. This is why, incidentally, hey, do you want another tip from the industry? This is why, precisely, we have read-only data structures. So that, oftentimes you do need to return a data structure, and there are multiple ways of handling this. You can, every time that you access it, you can basically return a copy of the data structure rather than the original, so that you can be sure that whatever is done to it from the outside is not going to affect your original data. That's an option. But that's not the cleanest option, I find, because it asserts that every time you want to access the data structure, it is worth duplicating it, which is pretty much never going to be the case. Alternatively, what you can do is you can return a read-only data structure, so that there's still the original issue that there's overhead for creating that, but you can mitigate that overhead. And that way, when you return this data structure, if whatever caller then tries to modify this, they are going to get an error. Which means if they need to modify it, then they first need to make a new data structure that is mutable, which the way that it is set up usually in Java, that means that, well, they're not going to be able to make changes to your original copy. That's quite neat. It puts the onus on them to initialize a mutable data structure when they need it, otherwise it's not created, and you save yourself the effort if your access is read-only. Right. Oh, that was spooky for a sec. Let me just really quickly locate the outro fadeout. Really quickly locate the outro fadeout, because when we finish, we want to apply the stat increases, which means by the time that we go to the next minigame, at that point we want to have these. At that point these stat increases are applied, which means if Jade gains stats, then they are reflected in the next minigame. That does mean that it depends on the order in which you do your minigames. Touch is live, I suppose. You can force the order. It is always the left band form. It's always the left band form, then the right one. But ultimately it doesn't matter too much. Okay, this should give us the single valid dialogue, which is... Yes. Right. No? Yeah, no, that's valid. Crimson is part of this band. Yes, this is the 4-person band. And don't worry about it, I have increased Queen's stats in order to check the hitting minigames. Don't worry about it. So, if we start with a step up, we think in the first half, we match these 2 steps, that we are very shortly going to change so that you need to use each of them at least once. There we go, that's a valid solution. And this gives us this dialogue, and because Elf would be involved in both of them, it only placed a 1 instead of allowing an overlap. Excellent. Right. So, we can remove this to-do, because we've done it. Next, we hop over to the step requirements. We're gonna do the thing that I talked about doing. Matching. It's gonna be down here. This validator, basically, honestly, the infrastructure isn't even that complicated. The minigame has a list of requirements that it generates. First, it generates a random routine. It generates 8 random moves. Then it goes through that code. It goes through that routine and keeps asking, hey, which things are true about this routine? Do you start or end with a given step or with a given move? Do you have a given move in both halves? Do you use any 2 given moves equally? That way it is absolutely guaranteed that what I ask of you is possible, because there is at least one code that is going to fulfill all requirements. There. That's really all there is to it. The technical implementation of it is a little more complicated, but basically that's what it does. It generates a random routine and it applies the same validators that it then is going to apply to your solution. And if they all check out on both the generated code and on your solution, then you're good to go. Yeah. So, that's really all that we needed to do here. I am going to write down that I need to change the explanation of equal use requirement, because, well, I've just changed how it works. You now need to put at least one of both equally used steps in order for this to be valid, which is most often going to result in you using both of them precisely once, but not necessarily. Right. Other than that, let's give a quick search for to-dos. I don't have to make new mazes. Maybe I can pawn that off on my artist if he ever responds to my messages. Ever. Oh well. Even if he doesn't, I mean, he will, if he knows what's good for him. But even if he doesn't, we'll be fine. After all, I've made all of my art myself so far. This is already done. This is not important. This is already done. This is for later. Okay. So, I suppose we have some good time left in this stream. What I think we are going to do is, well, as for right now, I'm going to go play with the paper balls because it amuses me. It is just my kind of humor, because I am a cat, that you can pick up the paper balls, toss them around. Wee, such fun. And if you successfully toss them off the desk, then you get a little sound denoting that I really am just a cat. No two ways about it. This is it's infinitely funny to me. And not just because tossing things around is fun. Also, actually, for a very practical reason. Well, it's not a practical reason exactly, but it is a philosophical reason that teacher plays a very serious role. Teacher does take their job seriously. They are not incompetent, they are not corrupt. You know, you don't get to date the idols, this is not that kind of game. So they play it very prim and proper. So I think it creates a very funny contrast that the game will absolutely let you just do this and you go, oh, you can toss around the paper balls. What fun. What if I throw them really far? And then you notice, oh yeah, that's just gonna throw them off the desk. Situational comedy. I find that amusing. Anyway. I find the contrast between how proper a teacher is supposed to be and how you can make them act. I find that funny. So, what we are going to do, I have previously simply removed the functionality of the dialogue replay from the idle decks because it was stinky and it was unintuitive. So, shall we work on giving it back? Which is going to it's going to involve these steps. It is going to involve, we need to take our sprites, we need to, in week 6, was it? At some point, we need to play a dialogue that introduces this concept of the dialogue replay. Set up dialogue replay dialogue. There it is. Already prepared that. That we need to play this dialogue, and from that point forwards, the idle text needs to allow you to go to the dialogue replay. I think we also need to set this up. Now, fortunately, this is going to happen in week 6, I do believe. It's going to be in... Yes, it's going to be in week 6. It's going to be on day 43. And what that means is I can use a little bit of a hack. Because what I want to do is, when Butterfly introduces that the dialogue replay exists, I would like to demonstrate it by slotting in some idle. Now, fundamentally, there is no guarantee that you have seen anybody's conversations except for 3 idols, because you start the game with Butterfly and Tiger, and you recruit your 3rd idol, who may be anyone. And the way that it works is that for the first 4 weeks, you have to make a band of specifically them. And the 3rd idol that you recruit, the recruiting logic is not random. You can only recruit idols who have conversations with somebody else that you have recruited. Which means, for the first 4 weeks, all of them 3 have to be together in the same band. Ah, no, I see an issue. All 3 of them have to be together in the same band, yes, but that does not mean that you're going to have seen dialogue, because it is entirely possible, for some reason, if you desperately wanted to, or you were still getting used to the game, that every single minigame solution you have submitted was invalid, which means you never saw any dialogue. Ooh. Oh, that's a bit annoying. I have to say. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. So what we're going to do is we are not necessarily going to show... we're not going to forcibly show one of these dialogues, because that may go wrong, but we are going to slot in one of the idols that you have into the dialogue replay. But before we can do any of that, we need to do a whole bunch more. So, step 1. Step 1, we need to start the dialogue. So, for that, we need to create a butterfly that can talk, and we need to set up the dialogue replay dialogue. We need to set all that up. Next. Then here I've prepared these scripts. We want to... when this line is finished, we want to move over, so we want to make a script call that is start camera movement with arguments over one screen, down 0, so create camera movements per frame for a distance of screen width, and on the y-axis we're going to create camera movements per frame with a distance of 0. I don't love the way that this dialogue plays out, but we can script it as it is for now, and we can always change it later. Because I would like... well, I can actually do that. So, for explanation, every dialogue line that you see has a start and an end. These scripts in the first array are going to be executed as the dialogue line is shown, and these scripts in the second array are executed as the dialogue line ends. So the point is, what I would like to do is I would like to create a highlighter which shows us the specifically the idle dex. So for that we are going to have to find its coordinates. Fortunately, I already done that. This will be not here. This is at the very start, I do believe. Yes. One up even. Right. Yes. Right. So we can just steal these coordinates. They'll still check out because the sprite is the same size. Whether or not it has tabs. Right. Stuff that in there. Then that is going to result in a highlighter that isn't just dark, but it shows the idle decks. It may be that it needs to be bigger, but we'll see. First test, first try it, and from then on see if it works or if it needs to be further refined. It's my advice for you there. So, we also want to, just while we're here, we want to clean up the butterfly photo that we left behind on the start screen. So, this is going to be a new script called butterfly photo hide and destroy. Yeah. Also, at the absolute end of the dialogue, we need to destroy any existing highlighter in order to give control back to the player. Destroy existing highlighter. There we are. And also, before all of this stuff happens, before we move over to the recruitment screen, we need to locate the butterfly photo that is already present there. So for that, we are going to once again steal some code, like so. Yes, perfect. This code, every screen has a photo manager on it in order to save me from having to manage all photos on all screens within this one room handler object that already does way too much. Each screen has a photo manager on it, and it is that photo manager's job to create, destroy, and find photos, which is very handy. It means we only need to be so aware of which screen we are even on. Okay, so this recruitment butterfly photo needs to do two things. It needs to be moved to the dialog layer. So it needs to be the argument to move draggable to dialog layer. Further, well, hello raiders! Welcome, welcome! I'm just now remembering that I didn't set up the notifier for raids. What? Nightbot, hey, what are you... Naughty Nightbots! Sorry, Carlosaur. I set up Nightbots to... I set up Nightbots to purge excessive emotes, and apparently, how many did you use? 5. 5 is excessive emotes for Nightbot? Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. That's pretty cool of you. You know what? I'm going to go to Nightbot right now, and I'm going to disable that, because hey, if someone wants to spam excessive emotes, like, I can do something. It's not like we've got 4,000 people in the chat here. That? No. There. Excessive emotes disabled. Spam away. Right. So, that aside. Hello, raiders. I am deep in the code right now, but it should be well capable of... no, I need to delete this line here so that it compiles. Um, there you go. Now everything's working. So, what are we working on? This is Hit Idol. This is my solo dev indie project in which you are a high school teacher managing a idol club. So you've got these 8 beautiful idols here, and you guide them to stardom. You guide them to greatness. For you are their music teacher, and that means that you are the most qualified person to manage this club. How you do so is through minigames. The entire game is controlled through drag and drop, so you have a thing, like this band name here, and you put it in the slot. You may hear me say this quite often, because, well, that is how the game controls. You have a thing, you put the thing in the slot. For instance, here on the music sheet, we've got notes. We take the thing, we put it in the slot. Yeah. I should have maybe used a different save to show off the minigames, because this save is very progressed. But it's fine, we'll figure it out. I am not a musical person myself. One may not have guessed that, seeing as though I made an entire music-themed game. Let's see, I need to use each note length. So let's strike a chord here. We need more fifths. So let's go with something like that. Yes, the entire look of the game, you may notice, this looks like a Game Boy game, and that's very intentional. It's only mostly because I can't draw. I have not drawn a single thing ever before I started this project. So it's only mostly because pixel art is... I mean, pixel art has its own challenges. I found it rather challenging. What do you mean? I've got precisely, like, in the idle photos, yeah? I've got precisely 32 pixels on each side, and I'm supposed to put a character portrait. So something like, I don't know, a character wearing a chain around their neck, that's going to be precisely 4 pixels. Those need to be in exactly the right place, they need to be this right color, or stuff's happening. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Let's try here. Let's listen to what we've made. There's something in there. So, hey, I don't judge, the game doesn't judge. The idea is there are no time limits anywhere in this game. The game is never going to rush you. It's always waits for you to be ready. You can rethink and change your solution anytime. Well, until you submit it, obviously, then it is checked. Every time that you submit the correct solution, as your idols train, they talk. That's kind of what happens when you spend time with your friends. And you get to listen in on those conversations. There are 8 idols. Each of them has 3 others with whom they can have conversations, which leads us to 12 storylines with 8 stages each. And, maybe I'm a little biased, but I think the storylines are quite adorable. And there's some... how do we put this? I have a rather dark sense of humor. There's no going about that. So, the game may look like Game Boy era, and it may be colorful, it may be filled with hearts, it may be twee, cute, adorable, all of those things. Also incredibly anime. I would describe it as anime which is set in implied United States of America. It's never actually stated, but it's quite heavily implied to be somewhere in the USA. And it is anime as hell. But despite that, this is not a kid's game. It treats some serious thing. I feel like this is the type of game that's going to give you crazy horror plot twist when you dive more to the game. Funny you should mention that. We'll get to that. In this case, did I remember what band this is? Did I ever? I know Elf is in here. I think Butterfly? You're not, I think you are. So, your second minigame that we have is poster artistry. Because, of course, an idol band, most of all, it needs a song. But you also need to get your name out there. You need to advertise. So you need to make posters. Unfortunately, strictly speaking, due to school politics, the Idol Club isn't a club. It's part of something else, and that means that your budget is no. You do not have a budget. So what you have is paper and crayons. This I also find very amusing, and this informed the game as far as art direction. It informed it quite a lot because the entire game has this papercraft aesthetic. Everything is paper and crayons and stuff like that. I'm just using the templates for now, but if you want, you can absolutely also draw freehand. You cannot eat the crayons, and just so we are clear, you cannot date the idols. This is not that kind of game. But other than that, you can do whatever you like, fam. Let's switch to yellow, put a yellow door on there. Yeah, put a little window. And oops, there we are. We've made a house. Have we done everything? Probably no is the answer, because I don't remember what the band makeup is like. Oh, I've done this all kinds of wrong. And the point of this minigame is so that you don't just spam through it, and you need to remember what the band that you put in actually is. So, let's keep talking about the minigames for a sec. So, the other two minigames that we have are Hop, Step, Smile. The exclamation point is part of the name. And Line Rehearsal. In which order are we going to get to those? In that order. So, Hop, Step, Smile is I would describe it as Mastermind. That's certainly the inspiration. It used to be that this was literally Mastermind, so the game has thought of a combination and you need to figure out that combination, but that was a big issue with suspension of disbelief. Like, what does this have to do with idol training? So I changed it from its inspiration, and what you do now is you create a dance routine using these suggestions down here. So it is always going to be possible, because the game works backwards. First it creates a random dance routine, then it generates a bunch of requirements that apply to that dance routine. Have I seen... are you thinking of Needy Streamer Overload? Or, no, there was another one. I think I know the game that you're thinking of. I don't know the name either. Hasn't Nerd Cubed played it? Well, a lot of creators played them, but funny if you're thinking of what I think you're thinking of, that is actually a point about the game. When I started this project, which was about 2 years ago, Backstreet Girls Goku Dolls. That I have never heard of that. I'm sorry. But at that time, it might have been Needy Streamer Overload or some other game. Basically, we all know a game like that, right? Where you've got a band of heroes or idols or whatever. Also, Darkest Dungeon is a comparison. And you need to achieve your goal. And in order to achieve that goal, you need to push your heroes to the most. And they're going to suffer. And depending on what type of game it is, they might, well, die in the case of Darkest Dungeon, or they might just not have a good time. What? Oh, that's amazing! 3 Yakuza brothers are forced to alter their bodies from form up girl group and break into the underground J-pop idol scene. See, that's what I love about the Japanese or anime market. It can't go weird enough. But that's a tangent. We're going to store that. So yeah, you have a goal and you have a few idols or heroes or whatever to achieve that goal. And it inevitably involves that you have to abuse your idols in order to get what you want. And I didn't want to make a game like that, because it felt like every game was like that. Every game was like, oh, look, it's so cute. You're managing an idol club. Hooray! Oh, but there's a twist. You need to abuse your idols until they feel really bad and are super stressed. Oh, what a twist. And every game was like that. And there were basically no twists. There were no games that didn't have this twist. So the twist of Hit Idol is that there isn't a twist. That everyone is having a good time. This is an after-school club. So there's not a stress meter. Everyone's just having a fine time. And the idols have exactly, a fun game about fun. It's cute, it's adorable. Sometimes the idols talk about like some mature stuff, not like outright sexual or violent, but for instance, Crimson and another idol called Squilly. You don't get to date the idols, but that doesn't mean that the idols don't get to date each other. Yeah? So there is what their storyline is that they end up in a relationship. They are both biologically female, and Scully has some reservations about that, which she gets over with time. As it also treats, well, what even is this of like, just because you are strictly speaking in a homosexual relationship, do you have to act like those people that you saw on TV? Or can you just do whatever you want, right? Which I think is maybe a little more mature than people would expect from this kind of game, which has pink and hearts and cutesy language everywhere. But this is our last minigame, which is line rehearsal. It's interview practice where you are given a given question, and each idol in the band gives you a possible response. You need to pick out the ones that are best, and best in this sense is A, not insane. There are some responses which are a little unhinged. And also most indie character of an idol. Because remember, there are certainly responses that are factually correct, like Jade has a bit spicy grammar, but what she's saying here is, you know, probably you're not going to make it. Be prepared to face this reality. You're not going to get famous. That's just something that you have to acknowledge. That is true, but it's not the most idol-like response. So you need to think about what you need to think about what responses might be good. You also have a few jokers to help you out in order to make it easier if you are unsure, because this is very much a vibe-based game. Sorry, this sounds cute, but it's actually the opposite, because this is Elf saying that, well, they don't need to have intrinsic motivation, they're getting motivation from the outside, and that is maybe not the best response. So we'll use this one instead. So, that's our basic gameplay. Each week you have 1, later 2 bands, and each week you train with them. You play one of these 4 minigames. And they, if you do it right, you get conversations and they improve. Just joined the Discord, only 5 people. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot happening, but hey, I mostly wanted it to exist, and well, you're not going to have a large Discord without a small Discord first. Mostly, you know, if people want to talk there, it's perfectly great. If not, meh. I will be posting the any updates there, obviously. So on that point, we are very, very, very close to releasing a demo. I'm not gonna say it's today, because it won't be today. I won't hard promise that it will be by next week, because maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe I need to fix some more stuff, but this is basically our release candidate. And if I can stick in this dialogue, Drink stupid. Thank you. Very good idea. Water is important. Basically, all that I want to do still is to fit in this dialogue, if possible. And then that's basically going to be us. I have scheduled one more playtest, which is probably going to be this afternoon. I need to hurry the person who will do it. And there's also a few art assets, just a few of them. There's like 4. There are 4 art assets that I think are a little too amateurish that I would want to release them. I mean, it's a demo, right? If I have to release it in this state, then I will. But I would very much prefer for them to be fixed already. So what I've done is, through a friend of a friend, I've recruited an artist who is a little difficult to get a hold of, but eventually it'll work out. I'm sure. I've given him those. And then ideally we can do that, but if the demo release date comes up before he gives me an improved version, then that's gonna be that. So before the end of this month, I really want to put out the demo, and the full release isn't going to be too long after that. There's a bit more content that I want to put afterwards. Obviously, I've been focusing entirely on the demo for now. The demo being the first 10 weeks, I think, like the first start of the game. So that's all finished. But actually, let's go to this save, because when the demo ends. Is that day 57? Yeah. So, what's the horror twist on this formula? Is it that obvious? Surely not, because I've told people about this game for 2 years while I was working on it, and I've managed to keep it secret. So it can't be that obvious, even though you guessed it immediately. So it's not a horror twist, but teacher, let's see what happens when he reads the name of the guest judge for Starfell Sky Festival. Oh boy, it looks like teacher knows this person, and they are not pleased to see their name. Weird that. Seems to be a bit of a history. Hang on, I could note. So the if we stop being cute, the late game goal of Hit Idol is that there are 5 people in teachers' past who ruined teachers' career, who consigned them to basically a complete career switch. What happened is that teacher originally was a student of archaeology, and they worked on a great discovery that they managed to unearth, which was to be their doctorate thesis. Unfortunately, when the expedition succeeded and unearthed the Golden Goddess, along with the tomb that it was kept in, a short time afterwards, teacher found themselves disgraced, expelled, lies and slander invented, and their former professor took all the credit as if it had been just him when he did just about nothing for it. So that is a terrible state. That is something that needs to be fixed, doesn't it? So, in order to bring justice to the villains who ruins your life in this way, you are going to employ the help of your idols. I can't show this off as easily, but you're going to, as you go to concerts, each of the later game ones has a villain that likes to frequent that concert location. And if you have an idol who has the requisite skills, you can send them to take care of that villain. List of 5, check off each one of them, and justice will be done. Don't worry about it, these are villains. We hate them. They deserve what's getting to them. Really, it's just putting the world right. So, you both need to get famous, of course, because, well, you are still going to play at Starfell Sky Festival. That didn't change. You're going to become stars. It's just that you have something else to take care of while you're there. And you see, that's the twist in this game, because you see, it's called Hit Idol. Like, does the word hit remind you of anything? Is there perhaps another game whose name starts with hit? Multiple meanings, haha! In fact, this entire game is full of double meanings. Because, look, I'm not an English major, but I have been a creative writer for a very long time, so I know entirely too much about the English language, and I know too many words, and I can't stop making double meanings like this. And basically that's the entire joke. It's hit idle as in assassination. Right. And each time that you send an idol to take care of somebody, you also, in so doing, you get a twist on the usual minigame formula. I don't think I can show this off right now, but each of these minigames has a variation, which isn't terribly complicated. It's still largely the same minigame, but there's something in addition that you need to do, in addition to the same minigame that you did previously, in order for the hit to succeed. And yeah, that's pretty much that. That is the game. And that's the large idea. That's what I've been working on the past 2 years, and I am looking to release it very soon. Now, what we are working on right now is one of the dialogues which needs scripting, and I personally am quite proud of the interface that I've made for this. Basically, the dialogue plays along, and as it does, you can define a number of scripts that should be called as the dialogue progresses. As the dialogue progresses, you can call all these functions. This is a script call. It's basically just packaging a function with arguments so that we can call it later. And at each point in the dialogue, it checks which script calls should it execute. So, into here we need to, well, put the correct scripts. We need to make sure, for instance here, as we move to the as we move to the recruitment screen, we need to also make sure that the butterfly photo is not just on the dialogue layer. We also need to make sure that you don't move her around, because remember, don't worry about it. This is pretty complicated stuff. This uses some very advanced techniques. Basically, I'm passing the function as an argument. So you can do that. You can have function references, but you don't need this. Don't worry if you don't understand it. This is just something that I can't stop using because I am a professional software engineer. Like, I'm a computer science major and I've been working in the industry for 5 years at this point. Though not in GameMaker, I've been working on Java backend code. You know, I would love to work in the game development industry, but I think I don't need to explain that there are many better jobs than game development, at least working at a studio. So I prefer jobs where I know that I'll get paid and where I know that if I need to do overtime, then something has gone extremely wrong. Whereas in game development, like, overtime is kind of expected. Crunch is expected because you need to promise as much as you can physically get away with, and you have hard deadlines. Like, if you need to delay a game, you get death threats. And some people are crazy enough that they might try to follow up on that. So that's icky. So I prefer a steady job working with Java, because a job is for money. A job isn't for your passion. We can do our passions in our free time. So I've just jumped here. I need to extract No, actually, I don't. Instead of calling restore draggability, what I need to do is I need to make this undraggable. There. What that's going to do is when we go to this part of the dialogue, we want butterfly to become undraggable. Okay. We still need to work a little more on this, but I have a confession to make, which is that I have the bladder of about a 6-year-old cute girl, which means I need hourly visits to the restroom. So what I'm gonna do is we are going to take our second midstream break. So stand up, well, I'm already standing up, but stand up, stretch my legs, use the restroom. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far though, because in a few minutes time we'll be back and we'll finish this up. Ideally, I do want this to be in the demo build. And let's see if we can make that happen. So, gonna be right back. Gonna run a few ads to try and banish the pre-roll demon. See you in a bit. Okie doke. Let us continue. Should be all the ads are over. Should be good to go for everyone. I'm still not satisfied with the current state of affairs on that front. So, full disclosure, I don't want to run ads. I really don't want to. Because the income that I get from them is insignificant. As in, I've been streaming Hit Idle for 6 weeks and I'm yet to make $1 total. Very insignificant. The only reason that I'm doing it is, well, Twitch does need to make money somehow, so that is entirely fair. And the reason that I'm running them is that if I don't, then Twitch will run pre-rolls, and that is much worse. If you get an ad right as you open the stream, then you're just gonna close the stream and not come back. That is an unfortunate reality. So, I have to do it. I can do it during breaks, which is good. What is unfortunate is... that you have to run a given amount. Basically, Twitch wants you, in order to disable pre-rolls, it wants you to run 3 minutes of ads per hour, which is... I consider that... I don't know, it's not nothing. But there's the problem. I only take 2 breaks during the stream. And they are 80 minutes apart. So, well, you would think, well, you're streaming for 4 hours, of those 12 minutes need to be ads. You can run 5 minutes of ads. Yeah, perfectly fits. Except, I can't do that. You can only run 3 minutes of ads at a time. And you need to put like 6 minutes between them. So what am I gonna do? I'm not sure. There might be a way to figure it out. Anyway, that's stream background. That's not important. Let's work on Hit Idle. So, what we want to do is we want to make the recruitment butterfly photo undraggable as long as the dialogue runs, because even though this is a game where you have photos, you drag them around, you put them in a slot, that's how the game controls. During a dialogue, I don't want you to pick her up, because that would break everything. The dialogues are actually set up such that when you have a speech bubble, it will automatically swap sides to whichever side of the screen has more space on it. So that's not an issue, but dragging her around during the dialogue would still be ill-advised, let's say the least. That would break a bunch of stuff, and rather than make all that stuff work, I have decided to make her fixed in place. Sometimes it also depends on where she is. So, she's made undraggable, and she is made draggable again after the dialogue ends. That's good. We want to put a highlight on it. Want to put a highlight on the idle decks as the dialogue works. Then we're going to want to do a bit more stuff as the dialogue runs in order to explain how the dialogue replay works. Basically, the idle decks, that word may remind you of something, the Pokédex. Yeah, it's a direct reference to that. And there's a reason. It's not just to cash in on public hate. That's the thing that I know. No, in universe, the idol girls are really into Pokemon, because this is 2004. So this is just about the height of when Pokemon is first taking off, and absolutely that all of them play Pokemon in their very youth. 2004, what an innocent time. We had it too well in that time. Wasn't that... When was that? Was that Obama's first term? No, that was after that, right? That was in 2008. Or did he... Was it 2004 to 2012? Who even was president? Anyway, not important. The game doesn't mention it. You don't need to care. The point is, it was such a beautiful time. And very intentionally, the game just misses the introduction of the smartphone. So everybody's running around with flip phones and talking about how radical and tubular things are. Well, originally I made that in order for it to make sense that people would communicate using paper letters. Of course, well, I did that for specifically the school paperwork to be on paper instead of digital. It has since been pointed out to me that funny you, just because the technology has been there for decades for all student files and all faculty communication to be digital, do you think that means that that happens? No, of course not. Your high school still does everything on paper. Because. So, but what we have here is the weekly triggers system. I am proud of this one. I'll be honest, I am pretty proud of this. Every week, so every time that you train, the game advances by 1 week, and every week it looks in here and it looks, hey, is there something that's supposed to happen as this week begins? And if so, then that's triggers, which is what I use in order to set up stuff like this dialogue here. Except I forgot one thing. The dialogue doesn't start. There's one specific function call that needs to be in place, and it is here. We want the dialogue to start as the fade in completes. There. Basically, if you don't have a computer science background, this may seem less simple than it is for me, who I have a lot of technical background, as I've mentioned. But basically, we are just preparing the data here, and then we are telling the fade in that fades in from black, hey, when you're done, call the advanced dialogue function, such as to start the dialogue, and from there on, it's like starting a motorcycle. As soon as you kickstart it, once this dialog box here is finished, it is going to call advanced dialogue again. So it's going to keep going. There's one small problem, which is that I'm not sure. Yes. There's one small problem, that Butterfly is currently invisible, but that's okay, she still exists. Okay. But aside from that issue, this is largely working well. Well, what's important is that the dialogue is progressing, and it now gives control back to the player. This instance of Butterfly gets properly removed. There we are. Okay, so what we need to do is very simple. I think we just make Butterfly visible, yeah? Yeah. So as the dialogue begins, we want to show butterfly, move her from invisible to visible, and that's us. I think I'm also going to do a cutesy little thing, which is I'm just gonna move this script call to here. What this is gonna do is that during the camera movement, butterfly is going to be behind the dark highlighter, and when she then begins to speak, she moves to in front. For a little technical background here, this camera movement is set up exactly the way that it looks. The room is larger than the camera view. There are 6 screens worth of space in this room, and the camera just moves between them. All the instances exist at all times. That is it's very slightly wasting performance, but disabling those instances on the other screens would be wasting even more, so that's, in my mind, not exactly an issue. So this is working beautifully. It is also very intentional that, well, these photos just spawn wherever they will. Another core gameplay mechanic is that your desk is cluttered and you constantly need to clean up. So, from this point, we need to change the idle decks so that from this point forward, it should display 2 different tabs that you can click on. And well, during the intro dialog, it's going to introduce that. We're going to need to add that functionality, though it's not going to be, well, it's going to be a little visual change, we'll call it. And from that point forward, from week 6 on, it's going to display these tabs and allow you to switch between them. So, what's that going to involve? We are going to leave this here. We're going to go to the idle summary display. Right now, it does not allow you to switch tabs. So, let's fix that. For that, we're just gonna take a new parameter. Throw if property not defined, which is should show tabs, and that is going to be a boolean. We mentioned something before the break that I want to get back to. Should show tabs is what it's called. What I love most about the Japanese kind of atmosphere, about the culture, especially in Vocaloid, it feels like, which is basically, by its nature, Vocaloid is indie music. Though there are very large producers that have big operations behind them, also using it. The entire point of the program is that it sings for you, so you just need to make the music, and that makes it easier to have a proper song, which is great. Removing barriers to entry, good thing. And as a consequence of this being so indie and a lot of creators having no one to tell them that something is maybe not a great idea, or just to disallow them from doing something, it means that you get the unfiltered output of those creators. which can be fancy, it can also be weird, I'll say. Yeah, enable the buttons when we should show the tabs. In order to get this parameter, we need to go to the room handler, which instantiates our idle summary display. Objects, idle summary display, here we are. Ah, yes. So, good show tabs is going to be week number greater than or equal to a constant that I need to set. Dialog replay week. There. And the point that I'm getting at, like, we all know the weird Vocaloid songs that are actually kind of bops. We all know what can come out of people if you give them the freedom to do so. For instance, the one I'm thinking of is Confessions of a Rotten Girl, which is Hatsune Miku singing about Christian guilt and self-acceptance to the backdrop of techno Beethoven remixes. That's certainly not something that you'd come up with on your own, is it? Not something that you would, in fact, like if you gave me a dartboard with ideas like the Marvel creators seem to use, I don't believe I would come up with that even then. So just make sure, yep, that is going to be the 6th week in which we want to start showing tabs. So, throw dialog replay. I am going to punch this into a function, not because I desperately need to, but because I feel more comfortable with it being named instead of just done like so. And let's put it right here. Function should go dialog replay is gonna do this. It's gonna do our comparison so that if we want to use it again, it's just in one place. And it's just a little better shown rather than being buried in this great instance call. Joe, what are we going to do with this? Now, we are going to get this as a parameter. And this is going to set its buttons. Further, I need to change the sprite adequately so that if we are showing tabs, then we need to change it to, well, sprite 1. If we are not showing tabs, then we need to change it to sprite 0. For that, we're going to define a constant. Untapped sprite index is 0. Not sprite index, image index. Sprite index is something else. So untapped image index is 0. Now, where do I use this? Just here. Okay. No, I didn't refill my water. I only have a little left. Please, sir, have mercy. Delicious. No. So I don't have an explicit function that sets my image index. I should maybe fix that. because I've just put it right in here in the move functions, which is fine. I mean, all that I need to do really is initially I need to set my image index accordingly to whether or not I should show my tabs. So we can do that whenever. Image index is depending on should show tabs. This is called a ternary operator. If we should show tabs, then it is the bio image index, else it is the untabbed image index. This is like an if-else, just shorter. So, this is already a little testable piece of code, so let us go ahead and test it. If you ask me, I can give you many pieces of advice, and by all means, do feel free. I can obviously only take so much time out of developing the game, but I will gladly explain anything that I know to you. So, one piece of advice. What is that piece of advice? Yes, test as soon as possible. Whenever you develop, think about what's the least that you need to make in order to be able to test it. And if you genuinely think about that, you may find it is less than you think. Because you don't need a character with a full sprite and animations to test the movements. Essentially, all that you need is you need a square that is in an empty room, and that's what you need in order to test that your approach to movement works. Super Mario 64 for the longest time supposedly was just Mario in an empty room. They didn't make the levels because first they had to figure out the tech. They had to make Mario work, had to make the movement feel good. Now, oh, I've done a bad. This button needs to be disabled. It is this button that needs to be dynamically enabled. Yes. Yeah. So what's happening is that the idle dex visually has tabs, but how it works under the hood is that I spawn invisible button objects that receive your click, or technically speaking, they're not invisible, because if you have a sprite that is completely transparent, even if you give it a bounding box, I found that GameMaker likes to ignore that and just not process mouse input. So strictly speaking, it is black with 1 out of 255 alpha. I'm not sure it even actually changes anything on a screen. Like, you would need a screen with a ridiculous color density just for the output to be in any way different. And you would also need ridiculous eyes in order to tell the difference. So functionally they are invisible. There we go. Now, how this works, how this is intended to work, is you put in an idol, it puts up the list of their friends. You can either click here to put in their friend, or you can just pick up the friend and put them in the second slot. That's the idea. This is hyper unintuitive. Nobody figures out how this works. And it was in fact so confusing that, because, I mean, when you know how it works, it's not the worst. But you can also, of course, you can pick up any photo and put it in the slot, and now nothing happens. So that's not great. So what I want to do is step uno. Step uno is that I want to remove this visual slot so that you don't even try to put it in, because this is called design language. At least I'm calling it that. If I establish throughout the game that, say it with me, you have photos and you take a thing, you put the thing in the slot. You put the thing in the orange slot. If I then have a slot that you can't put a thing in, well, that's just inviting confusion. Then you're gonna wonder, did it not work? Did you not do it properly? Why is it not responding? This sounds silly, but that really is how we work, because we've been taught that this is how the game works. So when we do the thing that we've been taught to do and the game doesn't respond, even if that's correctly working, we don't like it, don't appreciate it breaking its rules. So I want to get rid of this slot. I want to, in fact, make it completely impossible to slot in an idle like this. And instead, I want this to be controlled purely like so. In fact, I can save myself some effort. I don't need to fully remove this slot, because if I am diligent and I don't mess this up, then what I can do is I can simply remove these images or these photos. I can remove these photos for as long as somebody is in the dialogue replay, and then put them back as soon as you remove them. That is, of course, going to be its own kind of joy. But here we are. You don't develop games because it's easy. You develop the games because the gremlins inside your brain won't let you stop. That's mostly why. Right. So, what I would also like to have happen is for this photo to move over. So, what say we? What say we? What shall we start on? Start on just I arbitrarily pick removing the photos. So there's a few ways about that. I can literally delete those photos and recreate them after the dialogue replay photo is removed. I can do that. I can also just send them to the shadow realm, but that would have problems, because that would mean that the photos are still physically there. So I think we are going to go with the delete option. That's why we have a photo manager, so that we can properly destroy them. Now, step 1. We need to go to update state. This is a pretty complex object. It is the same object that manages both the bio page and the conversation, the dialogue replay. So, what it does, when something is put in or removed, it scans the slots, puts them both into order, it updates the text that is displayed, and updates the friends display, etc., etc. Updates the recruit button, updates that. So I think somewhere here, yeah? Somewhere here we need to, I think, in update dialog partners, or maybe a function that is called at this time. We need to check if there is precisely one internal name and we are on the conversations page. I'm a little surprised that we just don't have a filter for that. But if we are on the conversations page and there's precisely one idle inserted, then we want to destroy every photo other than that one. So let us do just that. Do we put that in update dialog partners? Nah, I think this is gonna be a real pain. Let's put it here. Update photos. I don't think that exists yet. I might be acting a little too cautious here, but you'll see why. Because this is something that works. This is something that is rather complicated, and so you need to not get it wrong. So if the array length of internal names is not precisely 1, or is on bio page, we return out. That means that already we hit a snag. I'll tell you in a sec about it, but basically we only want to destroy everyone when both of these things are true, that we have precisely one internal name inside and we are not on the bio page. But there's a problem here that you can switch to the bio page, in which case I want to recreate the photos, but we'll worry about that in a sec. Fundamentally, we have our photo manager, which we are passed as an argument. Right up here, we have access to the photo manager. This we can use, because I'm just going to make this a new function. Destroy all photos except internal names 0. Yeah. What that function is going to do is hopefully self-explanatory. Function destroy all photos except. This is going to go through our list of photos. The photo manager tracks which photos it has created, and it's going to go through them and explode them. Explode them if they are not the exact name that we want. So this type that. So So this needs to be a string to identify the idle. Under the hood, all the idols are identified by their English names, because you just need something to identify them. Their names are unique enough. So for this, we're just gonna How are we gonna do this? Because a simple for loop is not the most optimal. I think what we're gonna do is first we're going to get the photo by name so that we have a reference, and after we are done we can set the photos array to be just the one that we've saved. Var survivor is that, because we don't want to keep stale references. Stale references are how your game gets extremely broken. They are how we manage to use Ocarina of Time as a bootloader for tool-assisted speedruns for other games. If you are very quick, then you can load up Ocarina of Time, perform an arbitrary code execution exploit, load a bunch of data into the N64's memory, then quickly turn off the console, swap in Paper Mario, and if you are quick enough, then your arbitrary code execution is still in the memory because it didn't lose power for long enough to lose that memory. And then you can do a credit swap in Paper Mario, which is always amusing to me, even if it's not really a Paper Mario speedrun. But it is, I believe, the fastest way to speedrun Paper Mario, even counting the time that you spend in Ocarina of Time, because, well, Paper Mario doesn't have an arbitrary code execution exploit, at least not one that you'd be able to access that quickly. And strictly speaking, you are going from the start of the game to the end. So that is its own category, because obviously it's not a Paper Mario speedrun proper. So what we're gonna do is, for each of the photos, first we're going to grab this into a variable, because that's just good practice. Photos I. And for each of these, there are multiple ways to approach this. We can consider, we can say either if photo is not the survivor, then explode it using our very own function here. Oh, we need to be careful here, because we need to not remove the photo from the array. Otherwise, that is going to shrink the array. And we are going to skip entries because the number I is going to keep ticking up. Instance destroy photo. Like so. We can do that, but what I prefer is to use my own identifier, so that, I believe, works. I believe that method, get internal name, is going to tell us accurately what we want. But let's quickly check. In object photo, in the function space, get internal name. Yes, that exists. That tells us the internal name of the idol that this photo represents. There. Now, this may crash. This may also do a number of other things. I can very much imagine it may... In fact, I'm just going to prevent an issue right now, because I'm going to take this function here and scoot it up here. There. That... I'm not sure it's going to be an issue, but basically, I don't want to destroy the photos that are in the friends display, obviously. Those should still exist. So I need to make sure that when I destroy all of them, I spare the friends. So, if I now put you in there... Huh. Well, how do you do? That just works. Hey, you want to see me crash the game? Yep. That was to be expected. What happens is that when you click on the friend, it attempts to move the photo of that name into the slot, but obviously no such photo exists. So what we need to do next is we need to go to the object idle summary let's just look it up real quick. We need to go to the friends list and change how those buttons behave in order to instead move the friends photo into the slot. So that lives, where does it live? Generally I create my instances from top left to bottom right, which means here it is. It lives in create selector, and create selector is right here. Idle summary display selector. Now, how this works is it's got a bunch of buttons that it draws on top of the photos, just like the tabs from before. There are invisible buttons going on top of the photos, and that's how the interaction is managed. So there's a whole bunch of code here that doesn't matter to our current place. What we want to do is dialog buttons. We want to figure that out. This is going to give us the on dialog button clicked function. Now, this is going to reference the friends photos. If we don't know who that friend is, if that conversation has not yet been started, then we want to display a hint, which is just the order dialog partner giving a one-line little hint as to who would be this friend. Otherwise, we want to grab this and slot in dialog partner. So we call back up to the right up here to the summary display, which I don't think we want to do, at least not the way that we are currently doing it. Yes, you see here we take the internal name of whom we want to insert, we grab them from the photo manager and insert them into the slot. We don't want to do this. Instead, at this point, we want to take the photo instead. So this is going to be a object photo here, and directly use that. Yeah. Now we need to change how we call it. So don't need to grab the internal name, just in fact why do we determine the clicked button? That doesn't matter. Photo. Call that with this. Okay. So from here, thank you, move on. So from here, we can stuff this in here. She's got a dialogue with Jade. Oh. Yes. Oh, this is going to be a bother. Right. That's what I meant when I said that this is really complicated and really... it's basically filigree code. So what's happened is we are doing it correctly. we're taking the friend photo, we're putting them inside the slot, but when we try to do so, it says this is on line 32, but it isn't. Load. Oh no, right, it's in a different object. In object idle summary conversation display. That's actually very good, because this object is just the box that shows the dialogue lines. It shows the speech bubbles, which means since this object only concerns itself with the dialogue bubbles, we don't need to be very careful here. We can change this object all that we want. So, what is this even? Like, where does this go? Participant photos. Yes. Right, so this is silly. This is super easy to change. So what happens so far is that we retrieve the photos by name from the photo manager. Now, that worked so far because all of them were created through the photo manager and tracked by it. I have two different systems, like they are all created by the photo manager, but it is possible to tell the photo manager to not bother tracking a given photo if it is like not the original, specifically in this friends list, where the photos there were only for illustration. They were not the original copy, because there were at that point 2 of them. And that's bad. In that case, we would have more than one photo and we wouldn't know which one we want to reference. So, what we need to do is, instead of using the photo manager, we're just going to grab the instances out of the slots. Are you aware of your parent? No. But you are created by the summary display. Well? Yes, create conversation display. Hello, Grog. How is life? I am messing around with stuff that I shouldn't be. Remember yesterday when I talked about how I was changing a bunch of stuff that really didn't need to be changed for the demo release in the release candidate of the demo? And no, I'm not bothering to have different branches. It's like that. So what I'm doing is I put in a dialogue replay so that all the cute dialogues that your idols can play, you can replay them on the table, so that you don't need to go to a wiki or take screenshots or whatever. But it was super unintuitive to use, so I'm reworking it now. But of course, because it's me, it is super over-engineered, which means it takes a little finesse to make it work right. Now, step 1. Do you use your photo manager for anything other than this? No. Do you even declare that you take a photo manager parameter? No. So, let's add a parameter to this object that needs to be a parent. And this parent is going to be an object idle summary display. Because what we need to do is we need to remove the photo manager from this equation. Because like there are so many easier ways to do this, but I've committed to my style of you have a thing, you put the thing in the slot. I told you I'd say that a lot. because that's how this game controls. It is drag and drop, mouse only. With accessibility buttons, you can press space instead of clicking the mouse if that's easier. So, instead of this, instead of passing it to Photo Manager, we're passing it us as the parent. And we need to... So, the reason why I'm going on about my over-engineering is that the idle decks, on dialogue replay mode, it has two different slots, and you can put either conversation partner in either one. I could also make it so that there is only the top slot, but that would be too easy. So I need to be able to account for either conversation partner being in either slot. So, for that, we're gonna do, where are we gonna put this? Let's say right here under the slot in dialog partner or function. So function get dialog partners, which is just going to return top slot get content and bottom slot get content. Yeah. And I think this is fine. Hey, by the way, did you know something about GameMaker that is really funny? Let's say we call a max. We want to determine the maximum of array length, I don't know, photos and array length photos. It doesn't matter. Basically, you have a function, and in it you call two different functions. In what order are these function calls going to be executed? The answer is, who knows? Who knows, truly. GameMaker makes no guarantees. On my machine, on Windows, it goes back to front. So it first evaluates the last argument, then it evaluates the second to last. Which makes no sense. In every other programming language on our green earth, you evaluate arguments in the order that they are written, but okay. It's also platform dependent. So it may be that the order changes or the order is random, who knows. So just be aware of that. In some cases, Feather will tell you about it, which is good at least. I got reminded of it because I'm creating an array with two function calls. This should be consistent, right? Because it's an array. Surely it is an array. So, what we're gonna do is we are going to grab the dialog partners from our parent, and conveniently we're just stuffing these into a struct, so it doesn't matter in which order they arrive. We're just going to take them out and sorry, first it's the key, yeah? Struct set takes the key, then the value, which I find, well, when I made a similar function like this, I put the value first before the key, so I suppose that tells you how my intuition works, but still. So, that should be that. We are going to extract the internal name and put them into the struct, which is going to allow the conversation display to reference them properly by their internal name and properly place the speech bubble onto the correct photo. Let's give it a try. So, Jade, You have these conversation partners. Success! Great success! That is not such a great success. So these photos are correctly undraggable. They're not supposed to be. Obviously, if I try to take out Jade, then everything's going to explode because I've not coded that. So we need to make sure that if we switch the conversation partner, we put back anyone who used to be in that slot. So as you saw there, Elf is supposed to go back into the friends list, not just be unceremoniously kicked out. Which is this function right here, which is called several times, but kind of, it only ever happens now. It only ever happens when there is a bottom slot, for which that only happens when we are on the dialogue replay page. So we can fully change this. No, not good. Ooh, oh, I'm making this so hard on myself. I'm making this super hard on myself because, of course, in this view, yep, in this view there's going to be one real photo and there's going to be a bunch of fake photos. So in this case, I also need to remove the photos when we switch to the conversations page if there's already somebody in there, because this is supposed to happen. Why is code so hard? So in this case, we have one real photo and we have up to 3 fake photos. And we want the fake photos to be returned to the list, and we want to basically, right now I'm just always clearing the bottom slot because the top slot is for the bio page. So Elf can stay in that slot, but she can't stay in this slot. Yeah? That makes sense. In this case, we do want her just kicked out. So we can't quite change that function that easily. But if it is a fake photo, then we want it to return whence it came, instead of sticking around there. Fortunately, because I over-engineer everything, I've already made a solution for that. Because I'm the best. But what I'm thinking on is, well, what happens if Elf is in the bottom slot, Jade is in... Ah. Yes, everything explodes, everything is terrible. Right. That would have happened previously too. No, that one, but what happened here is that the top slot takes priority. So... oh, we're going to have to do an entire thing. So we may... well... so there's a complicated solution to this. There's a complicated solution to this, which is... stay with me. We track, probably by explicit reference, we track who is the real photo. If they are in the... whether they are in the top or bottom slot, we always determine where they are and who is the real photo, so that when we then select a friend with whom they have a conversation, we give the real photo priority, so that, I'm gonna do it again, this right here, this does not happen. This is not supposed to happen, obviously. You're not supposed to have the anonymous friend in here. This only happens because the top slot gets priority regardless of who is in there. So we'd have to determine that. We'd have to give the real photo priority, whether it be in the top or bottom slot. And likewise, also, of course, we'd have to make sure that we'd have to make sure that any interaction that takes place is going to correctly remove this photo, even if Elf is in the bottom slot. Now, we could do that. That would require, I mean, you have to save a reference, or more accurately, you have to save the internal name of who's supposed to be the real photo. That's not impossible, that's certainly not undoable. Then you'd have to do a bunch of checks, you'd have to do a bunch of exceptions, or... I'm on the wrong layer. Oops. That's the entire layer. I don't want to delete that. That. or I just delete the bottom slot. Heck. Maybe we don't even put them side to side. Yeah. Maybe what we do is we move the friend to over here, the way that the conversations happen at the end of the minigame. Huh? That's an idea. Now, let me just quickly do this in the small version too. No, not object, sprite, idle, summary, display. Okay. We're gonna go to the markings layer, we're going to go to this frame, and poof, gone. Reduced to atoms. So, that's what we're gonna do. This does mean that, well, this does mean we would have to manage a slot that isn't meant to be used. But here's the thing, we can also just delete this, because the bottom slot is only used for the conversation display, and the friend is undraggable to begin with. You can't remove them. So, what I think we are going to do is... we're just going to change this. Well, that's going to take a little more effort than I thought. Basically, what we're gonna do is we're going to fully remove this slot. We're just going to move the friend so that they are so that they look like they are in a slot, but they aren't actually. Which of course does require us to keep track of who our current dialogue partner is. But that, I believe, is going to be easier than doing this whole fakery with a slot that is disabled. And unfortunately, because I do systems-based thinking, that's literally just how my brain works. If a slot is disabled, then you can't put a thing in. It's not just that it doesn't respond to the user, sorry, the player, trying to put a thing in. It just does not work. Doesn't do a thing. And if you try to insert if you try to insert content into a slot that's not enabled, then the game throws an exception. It crashes, because I never want that to be how we do it. So, now, before I fully delete this, let us save the coordinates. So, bottom slot Y offset, and I'm just gonna go with sprite width minus slot X offset. That sounds good. Not in dialog partner. This is also, just so we're clear, this is shaping up to be rather longer. This is a major change, but I knew it would be. That's why I didn't do it until the end. Should I have, I don't know, made a source control commit and made sure that I have a working version to show my playtester and / or to release? Yeah, should have, didn't. So, the dialog friend is photo. Then we move dialog friend. Do you have a set X? I don't think you do. I think I have to manually mess with your coordinates, or I may have to implement that method. So set X is... Oh, for once we are in absolute space. So X plus sprite width by 2, that's the right border, minus slot X offset. And we want to set your Y to be likewise Y plus sprite height. Wait, actually, I might be doing my math wrong here. Yes, slot X offset already contains that, and so does the Y offset. So it has to be just X plus, or in this case minus, slot X offset, and Y plus bottom slot Y offset. So slot in dialog partner plus slot bottom slot Y offset plus slot X offset. There it is. Now we go and check that the functions we are calling actually exist. Because this is GameMaker, and whether or not GameMaker tells us that a function exists has no bearing on whether it actually does. So this is going to be trivial, is type X, this is going to be a number, and X equals X. And function set Y is going to be just the same thing. It is going to be a number and Y equals underscore Y. Why am I using global functions? Because that looks more like how you do it in Java, is the answer. I found that oh, okay, hear me out here. These are not actually global functions, because you would think, if this is a global function... No. Here's the thing, these get method bound to object photo. I know, the documentation says that if you use function and define a function like this, then it becomes global. But the documentation is lying to you, or the documentation is incomplete, because if you do so inside the scope of an object, then it becomes a method. Probably, if I use the proper syntax, which is, what? It would be set Y equals method, and then you have to put the entire function body in here? Yeah? Something like this. I don't even remember how the syntax goes. That's how I don't... Oh yeah. That y equals function that. Yeah, simply put, I don't like how that looks. And yeah. Yeah, I know, that's what the manual says, but I swear, even if I define it like this, and this code is executed really early on, this doesn't become a global function. So it's entirely possible that I'm doing an exploit here, and this is unspecified behavior, but this does become just a method of the photo instance, and relevantly, it maintains method scope. So it's going to set the y-coordinate of the photo, not the y-coordinate of whatever calls this method, as a global method or a global function would. Honestly, I remember that I used to do it the other way, but there was something that had messed me up after an update or something. It might be that the way I do inheritance no longer worked, but this does work, so... The point is, it works, and in this version at least, it does work. So that is very much on my list that in my next project I'm going to figure out what the heck I was doing here, and I'm going to do it properly. I know that there is also the method function that you can use to bind a function to an object, but again, if it's not necessary, then I'm not gonna. So, the point is, let's continue here. So, the bottom slot is no longer going to exist, so we're going to grab the real photo out of the top slot and the dialog friend, we're going to return that. Yeah. I think I showed you this, yeah? Inherit hit minigame room handler. I've used methods to great success to basically make an interface, because the objects that are hit minigame room handlers already need to have a parent, and they don't have a common ancestor that they could use. So I'm making the function by tying the methods like so, and in this case you can't use the function syntax. I did test that. So look, I would like to imagine that my code is a little cleaner than a lot of indie game developers, but this I'm just gonna do. So I also need to let's see, the dialog friend is a reference to the photo, so dialog friend, if they are not no one, then grab their internal name. Exactly, if it works, it works. Well, the thing is, if it's a hack and it depends on unspecified behavior, then it's liable to break in an update, and that's bad. You want to stick to the specified behavior. So, that is our bottom slot cleaned up. I just need to make sure that when we go... What could happen? Basically, when we call clear equals function is creating this function on self of whatever instant you inherit. You're right, right. It might be, if I used my proper syntax, I would be able to use inheritance better, because I did find that if we say, let's say we go here, I had to use a bit of a hack to make inheritance work, because I tried to just assign this to a field. So this would be super reset sheet equals reset sheet, and then I would overwrite the reset sheet field, well, field method. I tried to make that work, but it ended up that if I called super reset sheet like this, it would still call this same method, which means it just inevitably got stuck in an infinite loop. Which is why I've done this workaround hack that an overridable function in its base form just calls the super implementation, and then the override can also do so because this is a different function. But that's more than a bit of a hack. So what I need to do is in a clear bottom slot, it's no longer a function that exists. Truth. Clear dialog friend. We need to make this function, and what it's going to do is it is going to send the dialog friend back to where they started, for which there is a function I'll show in a second, and then we unassign it. Right. This lives in object card draggable. For this, we have a dropped outside slot behavior. And we can make this returning, which allows it to remember where it was. And it can also do some other stuff as it returns. So, how are we going to trigger that though? Well, we can do so with a big hack, or we can do it with a small hack. What would you like? Well, make returning for sure. Well, no, this needs to be done as we create all of these photos. When we clear the dialog friend, we want it to return to its origin. So we'll just call that directly so that we know what we are about. We also need to initialize its original location, for which that is actually done elsewhere. We need to go to the object idle summary display selector. This sets up all of our photos when it is told to, and it already makes them returning. I'm the best. I am absolutely the best. Well, see, that's the advantage of over-engineering everything. It's that, well, you've already over-engineered it, so it's probably doing what you want before you wanted it. Well, the point of that is that recruits snap back to where they started in the recruits list when you drop them. So, that means we can now clear dialog friend. We also want to Huh? Are we done with the bottom slot now? Yes. So, let's see that's in action. This is still broken, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be slightly less busted. Function something is global. See, that's the thing. Yes, I'm right, obviously, but that's not strictly wrong, because that's how scripts work. A script asset is just a global scope where you do function something and define the function that way, and then it becomes a global function. So what happens is that GameMaker just has different scopes. Hello, Brent. So, yes, indeed, wise GameMaker like this. So that's not working. We need to start the we need to start the dialogue, but we aren't doing that yet because that logic lives in on content inserted. Watch me crash a game. Yep. Hey, this is relatively tame. Do you want to know the biggest thing? Oh geez. Okay, no, my favorite thing. Yeah. My favorite thing about GameMaker is you can make a variable like this, and then you can execute this variable. And this works. GameMaker does not throw an error. It will happily interpret the variable with the value of pi as a method pointer and try to execute it. Now, Feather is smart enough to pick up that you don't mean to do this. Surely this is wrong, but it lets you. And this is only a warning, this is not an error. This is going to execute whatever method happens to have index 3. And if you figure out which method that is, because I think it's, at least if you don't change your project, it is consistent between compilations, it's going to be some random global function. And if you give it the proper arguments, well, this is equivalent to, let's say it's a call to, let's say that array length happens to have index 3. It's the same thing. You could do pi with a argument of array and it would give you that length of that array. Because GameMaker does not have types, it has address spaces. And you can force variables between those address spaces. So if you try to call it, then it will think, oh, okay, so the number 3 is supposed to be in the method address space, so I'll add the offset for methods and I'll look up what this method is. Yeah, sorry for the psychic damage, but at least last I tried it, this absolutely works. It's probably going to crash your game because, you know, you don't know what function that is. It also means theoretically you can absolutely do pointer arithmetic, like you can in C. My second favorite thing about GameMaker is that this works. Because specifically in an if statement or in a for or while loop, GameMaker will tokenize equals and double equals to the same thing. Which is insane to me, because we all know that single equals is the assignment operator. And yes, it's something that you just have to learn, but like, it's something that you have to learn, because in every sane programming language, that's going to execute an assignment. And it's probably, at that point, not going to work. You've used single equals for years with no problem. Well, I mean, yes. The idea is that, do you want some more curse knowledge? I think um, let's do a Squidward loop. I call this not the Squidward loop, the Zoidberg loop. This right up here, this is a valid loop. And this isn't really a game maker quirk, this will work on most languages on Earth. Because it's not like you need to instantiate a loop variable, it's not like you need to check it, it's not like you need to increment it. This is just 3 different statements of code, and they can be empty. If you do it this way, in Java at least, the Zoidberg loop is infinite. Because it's never going to it's never going to be false. So this is a little handy. It's recommended to use single to set, double to compare. Yes, exactly. It's just the reason why I'm stuck up on single equals in an if. Yep, you can still call instance variables as functions. Because GameMaker doesn't check that it's actually a function if you use the bracket syntax. So the reason that I'm stuck up on x single equals 5 is that it changes what your code means depending on where it's executed, and that is actually really bad. In most languages, the same syntax results in the same thing everywhere. And to have contextual code like this means that now we've just got secrets. We've got a secret language where it means one thing in the code, and it means a different thing when it's inside an if. And that is super dangerous. Because now you just need to know how your compiler works. You need to know that GameMaker treats these differently. And the better answer, which is commonly accepted in the industry, is that no, we don't accept that. If you mean to compare equality, then you need to use double equals. Because double equals means equality and single equals means assignment. You can actually use single equals in Java and most other languages, it's just not going to do what you think. It is going to assign 5 to x, and then it's going to evaluate 5 as a boolean. Or in this case, in Java, it's going to crash because 5 is not a boolean. But, so yeah, the Zoidberg loop is super cursed. It is a little handy. Like you can, var found is false, or you can set this to true. You can do something like this. I'm sorry, this is also super cursed. If irandom 1 is 1, something like that. Just some code that changes the variable inside the loop. This works because, again, all that for loops really are is you execute this code at the start of the loop. You evaluate this code after each iteration, and if it is truthy, you keep going, and this block here that is currently empty, you execute before evaluating this, you execute this before each iteration. The second block is after each iteration. So, hey, you don't need while loops. You can do this with for. This this is just an incredibly cursed while. But this works, and the cursed thing about it is this works in most languages because for and while compile to the same thing. Um, I don't know how technically versed y'all are, but don't do this, mind. But when you go down to the machine code, when you go down to assembly, which is a common stage for compilation, what's going to happen is it's basically gonna do like it's gonna assign. Hang on. Dealing with the opposite problem, I'm using a modding library for GM and the language it doesn't have for loops? What? That's crazy. So only GML, Python, GDScript, JavaScript also has optional semicolons. It's just bad at inserting them if you don't. So in the end, every loop is a while loop. I guess this is just a comp sci lecture now. Because how it works in assembly, if we write a bit of pseudocode, then x equals like, so let's write ourselves a proper for loop and translate how it looks in assembly. So for var I equals 0, I is less than array length photos I++, right? Do stuff. That's a normal intended for loop in assembly. What it's gonna do is it's gonna assign I equals 0. Then it's gonna have a jump point loop start, or well, not exactly, but no, let's do this properly. It initializes I equals 0. Then it executes its code. It does the do stuff. It's gonna be much more verbose, of course, in assembly. Then it's going to I equals I+1. Then what it's going to do is it's like check equals I minus, well, the array length kind of messes us up here, I minus 2. If I equals 0, or it's less than 0. Oh geez. See, writing assembly pseudocode is difficult. It really is. But if I is greater than or equal to 2, then continue. Sorry, I'm messing this up. Let me write this properly. One more time. If I is less than 2, go to -3. So what it's going to do is it's going to jump up 3 lines and do the do stuff again. Okay, I've explained that horribly, but that's the basic idea. And after this, it's going to continue onward. Here's the thing. That's how a for loop is set up. And a while loop is nothing different, except we remove this assignment while I is less than 2. And we are responsible for incrementing it ourselves. Which in this case, if we write it like this, there, same assembly code. We just don't have the assignment. So there's a reason why both loops behave the same way. They are the same assembly code. Just the for loop adds some additional fluff to it. Anyway, we were doing something. So, of course, you can also do some other cursed stuff. You can do while true, and then if could break that. I try to avoid using while loops in my game, to be honest. Try to do something like max tries. Yeah. Generally, there are very few while loops in this game. Because I agree, while is dangerous. Let me actually search for while loops instead of just fors. Here, we have 11 results. As for for loops, whereas for loops, I've got hundreds. I've got 355 of them. So it is generally preferable, if you know when you want to stop, to just go like that and use the structure that the for loop does. Would you use structs and constructors for a quest system? I might be able to offer some input on that. I would say yes, because this is certainly a object-oriented perspective, but I've got my entire scripts folder where I keep all my data structures, and let's say we look at idle. So idle is a struct constructor, and it does actually idles do a lot. Let's try something else. Like a credit, yeah? Something like this. This is called, in Java it would be a plain old Java object. You can generally call it a data structure. It's an object that does nothing or does very little other than storing data in a combined way and giving you access to it. In this case, I don't have setters, I just have the getters because I don't want to change the data. I just want to have a single reference that I can then grab the name, author, link, license, and assets from it. And obviously it depends on what you want to do and how, but this construct alone is very handy to group data. But so what's currently happening? What do we need to do? So I have half revamped this object and I am fully out of time. Let's see. What do we have? What do we not have? Well, we used to have a function clear bottom slot. Now we have cleared... No, not in this object. Clear dialog friend. So this needs to be called not only when we display the hint. Oh. Don't want to derail. Honestly, I don't like to mention that I am going to end stream, but I'm gonna end stream relatively soon. So it's fine, we can talk about some stuff. I need to finish this up in my own time because this takes some concentration and we're actually over our stream end time, but it's just so interesting. So that's fine. So let's, in the time that we still have, let's show off the isType function. At its basic, it's pretty simple. Just ignore all this stuff. Basically, I give it an object and tell it what types it's supposed to be. Learned about some good stuff. I hope also some things that are not cursed knowledge that you should never use. um, so what it does is, the basic idea is just we check, well, is it a boolean? Do I want it to be a boolean? And this, of course, this is just an enum. Do I expect this to be a boolean? Then I call the isBool function. And so on for each of the functions that GameMaker offers. Enums and colors are just numbers. Sorry if I have to dispel the magic here, but they are. An enum is nothing other than a number after compilation. And so it does all that, and then if we find that it's not that type, then I want to throw out, because, well, we could gracefully handle the error and try to make something of it, but the data isn't what we want. So this is called the fail fast principle. If we're getting data that we are not expecting, that we don't know how to handle, then instead of just making something of it, crash. This is something that is more common in enterprise applications than games, because, like, we all know Skyrim's glitches, they are the preferable outcome, because you want your game to keep running even if it looks slightly weird, because most of the time a glitch does not affect gameplay whatsoever, or something might look off. Oh well, you want the game to keep running. So I'm being very strict on myself here by crashing out immediately. And what it also does, because I over-engineer everything, I can also use arrays. So I can tell it this object is supposed to be an array of arrays of a certain type. That's what this code here does. If I give it multiple types, then it basically packs them together into the same array. And then if I do tell it, does this stop Feather complaining? No, Feather has no idea what this does. I've had to turn Feather off because Feather's type inference is not great. So if I say that it is an array, then I want to look at each element within the array, and I want to recursively call this with each of the types. So if I say is type.array, type.string, then it's going to look at each of the elements, and it's going to check that each of them is a string, which may be 0. There may be no elements in the array, in which case it's still an array of strings. It just has no elements. And that's the basic of that. There's also a fallback case here where, because, well, I can't give every possible type, this also manages object types, so I can give it an object index or a struct index. So I can say is type object photo, and that works. Or I can give it is type idle, and then the idle type here, I can just write its name, and that turns into a struct reference, which is then with the is instance of method that is checked. By the way, another GameMaker insane moment. Object is ancestor returns false if the object index is equal. So an object photo is not an ancestor of object photo. I find that absolutely insane, because that's not how inheritance works. ancestry is supposed to be a parent type or the same type, because all that you care about is that it has inherited the fields. But it's not important. So we have to, yes, exactly, we have to check, is the object index the same or is it an ancestor type? I also hate that, but here we are. And as to your question, is there an advantage to defining your variable types? I mean, there's fail fast. There is fail fasts, which allows me to crash out if stuff isn't going right and catch errors more easily at the first point that something isn't what I want. It's also, if we go, like, I do this everywhere, right? Also, it's just documentation. I could write it into a comment, but I don't enjoy writing comments for the simple reason that a comment stops being accurate the moment it is written, because it doesn't need to be. It is super easy to change something about the code and then forget to update the comment. And let's be honest with ourselves, yes, this happens. So this type checking, which by the way is blazing fast, I tried profiling, and it may seem like checking the type of every variable in every method call is going to be a waste of time. It is barely noticeable. It really doesn't matter. If I wanted to, for a production release, I could even change isType to simply return true. But I don't even need to, because the type checking is fast. So this tells me that this is a string, or at least it is supposed to be at the time that I wrote this. And if I change what type it is, then this is going to throw out. And then I am reminded, oh yeah, I need to update this because I do want it to be something else. So it's a living comment, it is an enforced comment. Right. Now, let us call this function a few more times. We want to clear the dialog friend when we move to the bio page, amongst other things. And when we remove the content from the slots. So this is going to be on content removed. We're going to update state. We always want to clear the dialog friend out of here. Right. Also, insert slot in dialog friend. Here it is. Yeah, let's try a minus. That should work. Okay. Glad to share my expertise that I've learned. Some of it was at college, some of it, like, there's commonly accepted wisdom that you can keep studying. There are master's and PhD courses in various areas of computer science, and obviously, like, research is happening. It's not for nothing. But if you just want, I don't know, a job, unless that job has to be specifically at Google or Microsoft, where you can apply with a master's degree, but yeah, they get literal thousands of applicants, so they're just going to take the people who have PhDs, which is a sad reality. But if you just want a job, you basically don't go beyond bachelor's degree, because computer science moves so fast, literally within a year. If the professor makes a college course on a given framework and they teach it over the course of the semester, and you take the exam, by the time you take the exam, the new version of the framework has released and everything you've learned is obsolete. I know this because that literally happened. We learned about jQuery 3, and by the time we took the exam, jQuery 4 had released, and most of what we'd learned was completely obsolete. So there's only so much point to staying in college for computer science. At some point, once you know what... no, this is fine. This, well, it's not intended, but this is what I expected to happen. At some point, you just have to go out there and you have to start using it. That this crashes is not intended. But, so, I promised it, and I'm gonna have to make good on my promise. I've been live for a while, and I need to get up. I need to finish. Why is this channel open? So, I'm sorry, there it is. Oh no, that channel went off. No. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is, I want to keep streaming at the same times that I'm used to, which is 9 to 1 Central European time, not pixelated, localized times around the stream. We all know how this works. And I want to generally stick to those times, because the most important thing is to have a consistent schedule. Let me just turn this music off, otherwise we're gonna have a collision. But I'm thinking I might want to go longer on Saturdays and Sundays, even though that means going from 9 to 2 p.m. without food. But maybe. So there currently are no Game Maker streamers suffering. I found in my break, I found someone very interesting, but they have since gone offline, so that's not good. Road Dude is on. I'm just looking around for someone that we could raid. Could take a food break, yeah, but like that's pretty long. I mean, I'm a gourmet and I food prep, so I could do that in relatively quick order. Oh, this looks cool.
And then you...
I could do that in relatively quick order. I could take like 15-20 minutes, but that's already super long. And personally, I just don't want to do that. So... I think for now I'm gonna keep things the way that they are. It's a bit unfortunate that it seems like, who was it, Grog? You show up just consistently as I'm actually winding down stream, but hey, that's fine. So, the point is, thank you all so much for hanging out, watching, chatting, making the time go by, validating all my useless... Oh, you're from Canada. Ooh, crazy. Validating all my useless cursed knowledge. I'll be live again next week. As stated, 9 AM Central European Time to 1 PM. Hey, the entire world's coming together. Wonderful. The reason I give my times in Central European Time is that that's what I use, because I'm from Switzerland. And let's just rate this person here, who seems to be making a... I describe it as a Stardew Valley-like game. Well, it's a pixel arty farming fantasy game. I don't know, I've seen precisely 30 seconds of it. So, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you next week. Ideally, next week, we can celebrate the release of the demo. So, see you then, and goodbye.